Warning, this podcast has some swears in it.
I'd rate it PG-13 at most, but let's just be on the safe side and say viewer discretion is advised.
And then I'm just going to check and make sure, okay, there's an audio bounce on my recording thing, so I'm like, that's working.
So that's that. Step one. Step two, is it the right audio source?
I believe so.
I had to check that earlier.
And I was, the monitoring on it's just a little behind, so I turned off the monitoring, but turning it back on, it's picking my voice up the correct way. And it's not the crazy version of this mic. Apparently there's a version of this mic that sounds like you've entered into the center of the universe.
So. Hello, how are you? Whoa. God? No, it's a filter.
We now return to our recurring radio show episode of Connecting the Dots.
Body's over here, you two. Just a warning, it's real gruesome. Trash can's over there.
Hey, thanks, bud. Stick around. We might need you to answer some questions to point some things out.
This body's real mangled. The further you get, the further down you get, more damage. This is some sick shit.
Eyewitness reports say that Vicar Amelia transformed into a beast and did this. But if we know anything, bestial transformations from those who consume pale blood is a one-way ticket. Last time I checked, Amelia doesn't have a row of teeth that match these wounds on this guy's abdomen.
Hey, if Vicar Amelia's tossing neck, are you gonna take it or curb it?
Sorry, what?
What?
Listen, if you up the pale blood and she slide into your DMs, knowing damn well she works with the Healing Church, but you close to getting that pop, you looking at the screen like, I don't know, bro. What, you curving it or not?
Detective, what the fuck are you talking about? We're over a dead body. That's some sick shit. What the fuck?
Time to raise your blades, heroes.
And check some vibes.
It's the Heroes Blade Vibe Check.
Anyway.
Roll credits.
What was that? We'll find out next time on Connecting the Dots. It's a new episode. We have Kyle from the Legendary Creature Podcast in the house. How's it going?
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming through. Lovely to have you.
Now, Kyle, very much like when we had Andy on, oh God, it was months ago already, how time flies. Our job is several-fold, and I'm just going to go over it with you here. One, it is our job and responsibility to make sure that you are comfortable and you're going to have a good time and you vaguely follow the scripts or the doc, and then we can all have a good time. And then as I was talking with Andy, because Kyle, I'll admit, I was a little intimidated because I'm like, Andy is so accessible. And then sometimes you're like, hey guys, new episode out. And then you're like, I am in the woods now. See you later. Or like, you seem like a very outdoorsy, offline king energy kind of person.
I've very got that like Homer Simpson receding into the hedges energy for sure.
Yeah. So the second thing here for us to do is this is the room of, obviously we want to keep things positive and upbeat, but if there's a time when you're like, you got that thing that you wanted to talk about on your own podcast, which, hey, by the way, listeners, you should probably go listen to. It's a good time. If there's anything that you and Andy don't put on the docket or don't put out into the airwaves, this is a place to give you the room to be able to get that out of your system.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that you reached out to me. And, while I may seem inaccessible or offline, I'm always happy to take messages from folks. And then, it's always an interesting thing. I'm sure the two of you have experienced this when you kind of get into a different dynamic with different people.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of opens up the space to talk about things a little bit differently. Like Andy and I have our dynamic. I love it. We have a good time with each other. It's something that brings us together as friends.
So good.
But yeah, when you're around different people, different vibes come out, right?
Oh, yeah.
I also think it's important for the yin and yang of podcasting to have one host who's like more like outgoing or whatever, and then the other host who is more receding into the bushes. And I take that role on this podcast. I'm the offline queen, although I'm very online. But yeah, that's like I'm that half of the balance.
Hey, I'm with you. I think it's a good thing. There's this great book, I think it's called Making Things Happen, where they talk about creative duos, where you've kind of got the dreamer and the doer.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I think Andy's the dreamer in our duo. He's the one with the ideas, the harebrained things going on.
You know, and that's the other thing too. Like, I resonate with him in that sense of like and again, it goes to your dynamic even within your own Discord of he is in the trenches with everyone commenting, and he's usually there being like, interest is growing is his like new phrase that he's been using a lot lately. And then you're there like staring at your wall of like string and pins, like you've been working on it forever. And then you're like,
exactly,
I have an idea. Here it is. We're like, wow, the man came down from the hills.
Yeah, like I've
with a
executed.
Message.
Come look.
So I think we're gonna have a great time with what you're bringing to the table for today. So let's get started by not talking about magic, and let's talk about whatever else we've been up to lately in the world.
Yeah, this is the section where we quarantine talking about video games so it doesn't eat the rest of the podcast.
But it also like makes our episodes go for nearly 4 goddamn hours at the end of it. And
all right, we'll try and fucking keep it tight, all right?
No, we'll keep it tight for Kyle, which, by the way, again, thank you for coming on when you're still getting over whatever's ailing you.
Yeah, some bug bit me, and it hasn't been fun, but I'm here for it.
Let's set the tone. Quinn, what have you been up to?
I have blown this quarter's entire fucking media attention span budget watching the MonsterVerse Godzilla films. I saw a very cool GIF of Godzilla in
like zero G
fighting with some giant apes, and was just like, where the fuck is that from? And got the details from the homies that it was the MonsterVerse Godzilla films. So we watched all 5 of those over the series of 5 nights, and wow, cool kaiju battle. And then followed that up with wow, cool ancient civilization, wow, King Ghidorah. King Ghidorah is my favorite fucking monster, so to see him done in the way that they did with that film, and just like the shot of Ghidorah on top of the volcano asserting his dominance over the entire planet, and the lightning striking in the background, fucking sick. It was peak. That was worth the entire time that I spent watching all 5 of those films, was worth it for that shot. Really just incredible. And then the rest of those was like, wow, cool robot when Mechagodzilla shows up. And then in the last one, wow, cool ancient civilization. Yeah, just a bunch of cool shots, cool things going on in there.
Was that 4 or 5 movies that you ended up watching?
It was 5 movies I ended up watching, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we are not watching shit for the rest of the quarter. Don't ask me.
I will not hold you to it, but I totally expect one morning, like, I'll come into the group chat and you'll be like, so it turns out I watched this movie, and I'm like, oh, we get one more over budget. Good for you. Yeah, those Godzilla movies, I think I remember watching the 2014 one when it was against like those 2 energy absorbing aliens, and then that was like it. Like, I didn't see any of the other ones. Have you watched any of those movies, Andy? Or those like, or sorry, Kyle, excuse me. God damn it. Cole, future Cole, edit that out. He will not edit that out.
He will not be touching that shit.
Hey, just keep the authenticity there, right? I actually haven't. And this is going to be an interesting thing for me, is I'm like, ooh, what media are you guys into? So I may have to put that on my watch list.
Yeah, like...
I'm usually not the media watching ass bitch. I just like to joke that I watch like 1 movie per business quarter, if that.
Like the ongoing thing is like every once in a while, here's the dynamic, and it goes back to the whole thing of like who's the yin and yang, and I'm the outgoing one. I have a lot of media knowledge, but it's approximate because I'm a giant nerd. But then like someone's like, I need you to watch this movie, and I'm like, how much are you gonna pay me to watch that movie? Because like my time's real important. But then Quinn's like, Oh, I watched this random 1993 movie that I quote all the time, but no one else has watched it. And then we're like, wait, but how do you know that? Gwen's like, well, the secret is I actually do watch movies, but I also don't. So don't at me for like, media knowledge and all that other stuff.
Yeah, if you want to ask me about a film, assume that I've never seen a single movie because I probably haven't seen the one that you're going to reference, but I do occasionally watch a movie.
We're like, oh, have you seen Pacific Rim? Yes. Oh, okay, good. Have you seen, I don't know, Schindler's List? Nope.
No.
And we're in this weird era where even the most popular films, most people haven't seen them.
Yeah, like, what is it? IMDb's like top 50 or I was in when I was in animation school years ago, and when I was learning like the foundations of 2D animation, like my teachers were like, if you kids, the 20 somethings or whatever who are like trying to get into this thing, he's like, if you kids are trying to get into the industry, you should watch like Citizen Kane. And then someone's like, Citizen Kane is a fucking boring ass movie. Visually good. The lighting, the color grading, the cinematography, amazing film. Apparently it's like also a snooze fest. So like,
Damn.
So it's like, yeah, not my kind of thing. But anyway, go for it. I feel like you were trying to.
Oh no, I had a cough that was coming through, so that's my bad.
Kyle, what is it for things that you like read or watch or listen to? What's your kind of shtick when it comes to like media consumption?
I'm a bit of an oddball. Like I've kind of told this story that when Andy and I met, I was reading the biography of Pol Pot. So if you're not familiar with Pol Pot, that's like the despot who led the Khmer Rouge in the 1970s in Cambodia to execute a genocide in that country. So I was, doing some real light reading when he and I first met. So anyways, I don't know. I get really interested, I think, in just like topical world type things. But then also I'm just like a sucker for really odd indie type films that make you feel funky. So like Sundance, I live here in Utah. The Sundance Film Festival's traditionally been here. It's the last year that it was hosted here in Utah. So I went and hit up a bunch of films from that. And there was one that I'm blanking on the name of it, but it was about this brother and sister who lived on this island by themselves just off the shore of Scotland. And they believed that everybody was coming to invade their island, so they would harass anybody that came at them.
Oh
but
my God.
they would put on these bird costumes to kind of like harass people away. Shit like that just really attracts me, where it's like someone had a really weird idea while they were high and decided to make a film out of that.
Yeah, like, and it's still somehow like grounded in reality, because what most like indie filmmakers like have a budget to like do crazy stuff. They're like, yeah, I guess we're gonna go record these two on an island where they go freak out on people, and you're like, okay, yeah, why not? Sure, run it. It won 10 awards. I don't, it's just
yeah.
I'm a bit of and I guess like I'm not really that kind of person. I am unfortunately a bit of like a smooth brain. Like, give me my stupid big blockbuster wow giant robot MCU like trash consumption, despite the fact that like BC has like so much filming like studios like coming out here, people that are based out of the States coming up here to film in like downtown Vancouver. And then like my TikTok or like my Reddit feed or Facebook will like, if I decide to go on those sites for whatever reason, they'll pop up and be like, oh, hey, by the way, we saw XYZ like movie star recording something downtown, and people got loose lips even though they signed NDAs. Like, stuff gets out whether they want to or not. But that being said, what have you been doing lately in terms of just like non-magic hobbies?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I'm kind of like a big, I don't know, I'm the type of person that likes a variety of things. I like to get out and hike, like that's one of the great things about living in the Salt Lake area. Easy access to the mountains and getting out and doing that kind of stuff. I'm a disc golfer, so I'm that kind of a nerd too.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
Out throwing those kind of frisbees around the park and all that kind of crap. And like I'm just kind of game. Like I'm really dependent on people, I think, where like the activity that pulls people together, like I'm into, I never imagined I'd be a Magic player, but Andy's my best friend and he got into Magic, and so I got into Magic.
And what a fruitful friendships that has been, where you two
Indeed, and what a way to bring people together.
Yeah.
We talk about the gathering for a reason, and that's been a very resonant thing with people recently with MagicCon Vegas that just happened recently. I'm going out to my church tomorrow afternoon. We're going to hang out in someone's garage. It's probably going to be too damn hot. He's like, hey, I got the barbecue going. Do you guys want burgers or hot dogs? We're like, either.
Fucking
fuck
burgers,
yeah.
mate. That's peak.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. So yeah, that is Magic in the nutshell, right? Of like, I can't imagine myself going out and doing really anything else but play Magic with other people. Like, I don't have enough of a pull to like get people together. Like, no one's getting together for Smash Bros meetups. I was part of that scene for a little. I was part of that scene for a little bit, and then I was like, "Damn, this is actually kind of toxic. I need to get the hell out of here." And then it just kind of fell apart.
Happy West Coast Weed Minute.
Oh, good. We actually started before the time happened. But yeah, I guess it really just comes down to Magic at the end of the day. You're like, I go out for a hike by myself, and then I get together with the folks and play Magic for God knows. What is the longest session? I'm curious if we're going to be on the topic of Magic for the sec before we pivot back and then pivot back. What is the longest church session you and Andy have had, like, with your group, do you think?
Gosh, I don't know. I mean, there's times, we're old enough that we all need to go to bed at some point, but like,
oh, my back. Oh no.
So sometimes I'd be willing to bet in the last few years, there's probably been some 12-hour sessions, but it used to be the case. What I think is crazier than like a 12-hour game session is we used to get together on Friday night after work.
Yeah.
And we'd go get like curry and slam down curry at like 10 p.m. And then we'd start playing at like 10:30 or 11.
Yep.
And go until the sun was up at like...
Yep. Oh, man.
that is some young people shit.
Yeah, well, exactly. So here's the crazy
not
thing
doing
about
that
that.
in your 30s.
Here's the crazy thing about that for me, because those guys we'd all stay up late. But then the people I like to play disc golf with, they like to be early.
Oh,
and
yeah.
So I would literally go home...
Kyle,
and
no.
just,
Oh no.
I'd drop off my Magic bag and grab my disc golf bag and then go to the park and meet my friends for disc golf.
That's crazy. But again, I guess that it, like, oh, you're like, all right, well, that's the sun, huh? Well, time to hit the old dusty trail. And then like within the hour, you're like, hey guys, what's up? How's it going? Oh man,
like we got a good night's rest. I'm like, I haven't been to bed yet, so
I gotta squint.
Peak young people.
I gotta
shit.
squint my eyes as I'm throwing this frisbee into the freaking pit there. Hold on a second. You'll fling it off into the distance. You're like, yeah, no. I did that when I was like 17 and 18, and I have not done that in forever. But yeah, seeing the sunrise after some games of Magic overnight, yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the experience. I don't know about that other stuff, though. I usually like, it's time to go to bed. Oh, that's too good, though. Yeah.
It's basically like giving yourself a hangover without drinking. Like, just sleep the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I remember like when I was still living with my folks when I was like 19 or 20, and I'd come home and my dad would be up having coffee or whatever, and he'd be looking at me. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, I'm coming home. I was literally the next street over at my friend's place. Mind your business. He never got it, but he was like, okay, I mean, I guess.
I love it.
Yeah, they're playing those wizard squares, son.
Yeah, well, he's like, yeah, okay, well, you be going out drinking and partying with girls. I'm like, well, guess what?
Actually,
That is another experience completely, and also mind your business. But speaking of other things that you do late at night, which is a weird transition. So
what are we talking
other
about?
stuff, non-magic things I've been doing recently. So Twilight Princess, the Legend of Zelda game, from forever and an age ago, has been trending recently, because you can now play it on your PC. It's not the first time you can play it on PC, but there's a method I will not go into detail about, for risk of the Nintendo ninjas breaking into my apartment and holding me hostage. Twilight Princess has been quote unquote available. It's like available on PC. There's been a bunch of footage out on like, Reddit and YouTube and all this other stuff where I guess people figured out how to decompile the game to just its like bare assets in programming, and you can upscale it to like 4K resolution and do all these like fancy new things you couldn't do on the GameCube or the Wii. It looks great. It feels great. Quinn was on my case forever ago, like 2 weeks ago.
I was fucking roasting you about not playing that in the correct orientation. And then this bitch fucking posted a gif of him flipping the orientation back to the Wii directions the incorrect way just to spite me.
Listen,
motherfuckers out here playing right-handed Link.
Look, you got to play it on the OG GameCube asterisk. And I got to play it on the Wii with motion controls and everything. And when you're given free reign to do whatever the hell you want with a game, I'm going to flip that shit, because that's what I remember from my childhood, and I don't need to get my lefts and rights mixed up. But yeah, hey,
unbelievable.
Replaying that game after, oh God, like a decade plus, I want to say, like, it feels good. It looks good. It feels great. It sounds great. Yeah, it's cool when people get to do stuff with video games that the original company will not do with it. And we can only hope it happens to Bloodborne ? Anyway.
God, please.
Hey, Quinn, how's Bloodborne going on for you?
Hey, so I met the cleric beast and then I died to the cleric beast, and we're still working on that. Hey, Bloodborne hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to buck up and get back on that horse and freaking...
I kind of only want to play that game on stream, so we'll do that when we do that.
Okay, fair enough. Quinn, what else have you been up to lately gaming-wise?
Besides fucking dying in FromSoft hell, I have been playing Final Fantasy 3, because you need a small Final Fantasy to pair with your big Final Fantasy, I guess. That's what my brain wants. So yeah, we've been playing Final Fantasy 8 is our big one, and then 3 is our small one. And 3 is a low point for the series for surezies. It is just not the same level of juice as the rest of the ones that I've been playing. One of the particularly frustrating moments was this boss has this ability that's like, I'm activating this and now you cannot damage me with this element, and they have a job in that game that you can use an ability of to find out what his weakness is, but motherfucker uses the fucking barrier change ability and changes his weakness every turn. So you use study to find out his weakness, and you're supposed to have a window to use that information, but he uses barrier change every turn, so it never fucking matters if you've studied. You will not get it right unless he uses like a particular rotation, and in the time that I played he was not doing that. So
there was no pre-programmed loop of like what the weaknesses were going to be.
Yeah, there was basically no point to doing what the game told you that you were supposed to do, and you kind of just have to brute force it. And I'm just like, this is not good. This game might be bad, actually.
And this was the DS version of 3?
Yeah, it's the DS version. So I posted, hey, gamers, Final Fantasy 3 might be bad, actually. And the people on the internet were like, yeah, that's a series low point for sure, Z's. And then I was just like, damn, that really sucks. But I also had to think about all of the Final Fantasies that I've played to this point. And it's quite a few, actually. I've played everything but the MMO 11 and number 15. And I liked almost all of that. So for only 12 and 3 to be low points in the series is actually a really strong run. So I will give them that. We're gonna soldier through this. I got to the point where I have an evoker, which is the like baby class of summoner, and the summoner roleplay is not as good as it becomes in the rest of the series. This is the first appearance of summons in the series, so they didn't know how like important and iconic that was going to become, or how important it would be to be able to like roleplay a summoner effectively. But like, you can just buy summons level 1 through 5 in a shop, and that doesn't feel like good roleplay to me. Like, it's pretty whack. There's 3 more summons that I have to find with Odin and Leviathan and Bahamut, and maybe those will be good and offer the roleplay experience that I'm looking for. But for the rest of that, it's kind of just like, I bought this at a shop and now I can press this button and use my level 5 summon and Titan beats your ass, and that's a little whack.
Yeah, one of the things I find about like we're so in like the nostalgia period of like remakes now for literally anything, shows, movies, games, etc. And
yeah, nothing new exists anymore.
Oh God, nightmare. What I found so interesting, because I played the DS version of Final Fantasy 3 years ago, and then I very quickly like dropped it because
it's kind of bad.
They did not like. It's so crazy to think that like you're like, okay, guys, you have like. I'm ballparking this, like over a decade, maybe 15 years or so of retrospective, like stuff to be like, you know, maybe we should do something with this remake that like still gives part of the original experience that people had back in the 90s, or be like, actually, no, this was bad. We should do something better with this, or different. I don't know, but it sucks to see that like, they're like, actually, not only are we just going to do the exact same with prettier graphics, maybe kind of sort of, and then just make people hate the experience again. And they're like, I was 5 years old, or sorry, I was 10 years old. I played this game. It sucked. I'm 20 years old. I played this game. It still fucking sucked. Why did I waste my time? And it's brutal.
What kills me is they did the same sort of 1-to-1 remake treatment for the Final Fantasy IV DS remake, and that is a good game to start with, and so the 3D remake of 4 is also a good game. But if your source material is whack, bro, come on, do something for me. Make it a little better.
Ah, man. Yeah. It's so weird to see like gaming studios be like, did we learn anything from this? No. And then they just repeat the same mistake. You're like, guys, are you for real right now? How is Final Fantasy VIII, though?
I really like that game mechanically. I'm in the end game of it, and the story is still wildin', but the Squall and Renoa ship is peak and makes it all worthwhile. I have gotten to a point where they're describing the plan to defeat the sorceress Ultimecia with, you gotta do some timey-wimey bullshit. And so the president, he describes the plan, and then I'm like, great. And then immediately after, I'm like, I need a nap. Because that's, man,
the most like
some fucking
anime nonsense plan or something. Like,
yes. They're like, we need her to possess her, so we're going to make it so that you only have one option. Like, you gotta go kill her other option of sorceresses to possess, and then once she's left with only one, we'll have her possess her, and then we're gonna send them all back in time, and then once we're back there, she's gonna do what she wants to do with her time compression, and then when we feel time getting compressed, we're gonna move forward into the future, and then we'll kill her there. And it's just like, brother, what?
I am nodding my head and then being like, wow, the Magic the Gathering card version of this character is like way simpler than whatever the fuck they just described. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's fucking bananas. So, Final Fantasy VIII,
It's a game.
Yeah.
Kyle,
I'm having
okay.
a real, like, mixed feelings about it.
Kyle, I suddenly had a crazy thought, and I want to know because of all the media that you've consumed, has there been a story beat or a concept that has like been so out of this world that you cannot get behind it and just like immediately dropped whatever, like just drop the book, drop the movie, whatever? You're like, I can't get behind this. This makes no sense.
You know, that's an interesting question. Did you all ever read like the Ender's Game series?
I think I did, actually, yeah.
I think I had. I think I
have
had the
almost
opportunity.
no memory of this place, though.
I think I had the opportunity in high school, but I don't think I actually like took the opportunity.
So like Ender's Game is a pretty banger book. And
Yeah.
like, I mean, I should say that from the context. I haven't read it in a couple decades, but like I was enthralled by it as a teenager. I thought it was
Yeah, same.
incredible. Gobbled that up like in a couple days. The second book is Speaker for the Dead, which I thought was pretty solid. And then Xenocide is the third, I think, in the series. And this is going to sound crazy because it's like, it's not actually that wild, but I just, there's like this race of people on one planet who have just OCD turned up to the max.
Oh no.
And I just could not get through the chapters with those characters. Because like one of the characters, her thing is that she's got to trace all the lines in the grain of wood in a plank on the floor.
Oh God.
To kind of like reset herself.
Was it like excruciating detail? Like
and
the
it
entire way
makes
through?
it painfully feel like you're in that process with them. I'm like, okay, there's only a handful of people on the planet who are this crazy. Like I can't bring myself there.
I'm trying to because I don't. Maybe I'm like trying to tie it into something that's it's not really a thing. But like a friend of mine, a friend of ours, Trenton, was recently talking about how he had watched Attack on Titan and like tried to get past season 2, and he said. He was saying that like it became a slogfest to get through like the rest of the series to get to the ending, and then he felt just like robbed of his time. And that's speaking of like absolute batshit nonsense stories, was Attack on Titan that involves like literally a superpower that like influences other people who have like controlled the same power throughout history. And then I'm like, wait, so is this like chicken and the egg, like cause and effect of like time travel or like whatever? But then I'm like, no, wait, actually it's bullshit anime nonsense and it makes no sense. And yeah, I would feel a little robbed when you hear about like how the series ends and everything. And
okay,
yeah, go for it.
I was gonna say I've got another one when you're done with
No.
there.
I mean, the only thing I compare it to is like learning about how the live action Game of Thrones series ended, and I'm like, I'm glad I never have to touch it because like if I never have to start, I never have to finish it and experience that disappointment of like, are you freaking kidding me? My girlfriend's family like watched it. They were watching it as a family. They like sat down. They'd be in their group chat like talking about it, and then I was like sitting there for like an episode during the last season, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like, this looks like absolute nonsense. And then it turns out, it was way worse.
Yeah, it was nonsense.
I remember Mike Carosa was talking about it recently where he watched it with his girlfriend, and he's like, we're watching it with the knowledge of how it ends. And they like, I guess them and their friends like get together and they watch the episodes and be like, oh, do you remember how good it was? And Mike's just like, well, I don't know. I never watched it, so it doesn't really matter. But man. And then I from what I've heard, and I could be wrong, I think The Boys, like the God, what is it on? Amazon. The Amazon show, like the adaptation of The Boys, is apparently heading the same direction with the last season. And I'm like, I'm glad I dropped after the first or second season. I'm good to like just miss that.
I've been watching that series and I've been staying up to date with it. And I literally, when I turned off the last episode, I'm like, why is this still a thing?
Yeah. They could have wrapped it up last season, you know?
I'm like, they could have stopped this a while ago. I don't know what we're doing.
Well, at least it's not regurgitated nostalgia of here's the third remake of the thing that you loved as a child, and now we've destroyed your dreams. It's like, okay.
Okay, so let me give you one
Go
more
for it.
that's just like
Go
really,
for it. I want to know.
Have you ever heard of Ong Bak? It's
Yeah.
these like Muay Thai films from like the early aughts.
Okay.
So
hold on.
like
hold on. Oh, there's at least 3 of them.
there's at least 3. So the first couple, like it's kind of like the Thai Bruce Lee a little bit is kind of the thing. The first Ong Bak is pretty incredible. Andy and I bonded over these. We were pretty into them. And so like we watched Ong Bak 1, the second one, like, and the guy's an incredible fighter. His movements are incredible. It's just like, holy shit, this Muay Thai shit's incredible. But then in Ong Bak 3, there's this huge battle, and then he redirects an elephant's motion from its trunk
What?
and flips the elephant over his head.
Hell yeah, dude.
And
has it been established that before this point he was able to do that?
no, to this point, everything, all of his movements, his fighting has been pretty like, it's like, okay, this is realistic, you know, like I can see a person
Yeah, it's
doing this.
it's grounded enough that you're like, my suspension of disbelief is not like the radar, like the alarm is going off, red alert, like this is some bullshit.
Right. Like the whole thing is, it's like, okay, I can see if maybe they use some cutting tricks to kind of make things look a little more spectacular than they were through the first couple movies, you know? But never are you thinking like they're using practical effects or CGI or anything like that. But then he goes and he flips an elephant over from its trunk.
So we've gone past jumping the shark and gone into you literally flipped an elephant by the trunk.
Absolutely.
Yep.
We were like, that was, Andy and I both were like, what the fuck was that about?
Oh my God. Just, I can't imagine the like, you're just hanging out, having a good time. You're like, wow, this is really good. What the fuck? Just, oh man. Oh, that is, yeah. Like I'm like, of all the examples we brought up of like, wow, this is like crazy. Like, I think that is the line in the sand of like, you literally set the most, like the grounded tone of like, this is a martial arts film where you could be like, yeah, maybe some people are taking too many blows to the face to like be realistic. But you're like, nope,
Right.
It's the elephant. That's the one.
That's the line. We found it.
Oh God. Let me try to wrap up this bit with the Devil May Cry Netflix series that I watched all 8 episodes. Was it 8? Yeah, it was 8 episodes. I know Andy would be going nuts over this with me because the way that they set things up in these games, and you know, it's Japanese devs taking like a pretty kind of like Western action take to things to like a game about a half devil dude killing demons. Like what more can you really do with that? Season 2 is a freaking absolute disaster, but at least it's entertaining. And I'm not sitting there like sucking my thumb like a giant crybaby being like, I can't believe they ruined my characters like this, you know? But people are up in arms and they think that the producer, Adi Shankar, is like a hack. Like he's just like, I'm a visionary and this stuff's awful. And people have been saying that like he's ruined the Castlevania and the Devil May Cry adaptions of like these games. And I'm like, okay, to his credit or not, Castlevania from an outsider's perspective is like really good. From an insider's perspective of Devil May Cry, yeah, I could not tell you what the fuck they're doing or where they're going with this, but the 3rd season got approved, so I guess I'm along for the ride. But
I know how that is.
It's like watching a train wreck happen for like 4.5 half hour, 6 hours, like, and it's pretty entertaining, but I can see why people are pretty upset. That being said, you want to know the true Devil May Cry experience? They're on sale on Steam right now for like crazy discounted prices. So if you want to get in on that, I guess the sale's going on until the 25th, and this episode is coming out like a few days before that. So go play Devil May Cry. That's all I need to say.
Yeah, I played 3, 4, and 5. They were pretty good.
Yeah. So yeah, media is good, except when nostalgia doesn't have its hands on your shoulders being like, do you remember the movie you love from your childhood? Let's ruin that. Let's go into vibe checks. Kyle, the question is, do you got a commander that likes holding a hero's blade, and why or why not? What do you got for us?
You know, you all are going to have to convert me to using knives. Like, you know, Quinn's always
Quinn was on
them.
the podcast. Was it 6 or 7 hours? I think it was 7 hours. It was 7 hours of artifacts.
And that segment was so captivating that Andy was like, oh, let's keep going. Let's keep
her going.
I'm guilty of not thinking about it, but I do have one where I'm like, oh yeah, this commander would totally benefit from holding the hero's blade. And this is Sir Vondum Sunstar Exemplar.
Yes.
For those who aren't familiar, it's white and a black for a human knight, 2/2, has vigilance and menace. Says whenever another creature you control dies or is put into exile, put a +1/+1 counter on Sir Vondum and you gain a life. And when Sir Vondum dies or is put into exile while its power is 4 or greater, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. As a 2/2, it might benefit from getting bumped over that power 4.
It really matters a lot. Like, and that's the thing. Right? Snap-on equipment, low curve, pretty easy to just meet the criteria and be like, oh hey, here's a I don't know. Oh god, I'm blanking all of a sudden. Ephemerate or whatever.
And mine is a blink deck, so with the Hero's Blade just snapping on to Sir Vondum, that threat of being able to destroy other people's non-land permanents would always be available, which I'm into that.
Yeah. Not much more to say. We have talked about Vondum before when he came out, but like, my God. That's the one card where I'm like, if I run this as a commander, I am a dead man on site with like my play group and everything else. But slip him into the 99, people won't see what's fucking coming. I'm telling you.
The nice thing is my deck's kind of built around the 99 being the thing that wins the game. So people do panic about him Sir Vondum getting overpower 4.
Yeah.
So I'm just all right, if you want to zone it, fine. Like, I'm not here to remove your shit, but maybe it'd be a little easier with that Hero's Blade.
Well, and you know what? You have your choice of printings. I know you're not that big on Universes Beyond, but we got the Final Fantasy version. We got Doctor Who.
Ooh.
But, can't go wrong with the OG from Fate Reforged.
I'm into it.
Quinn, what do you got?
So I was looking at Madame Null, Power Broker.
Speaking of Universes Beyond.
Yeah, she does the thing where whenever another creature enters, you can pay life equal to their power, and she'll put +1/+1 counters on the guy. And I think that she herself maybe doesn't pass the vibe check, but she might want the blade in her deck because it's potentially a free +3 buff, which then turns into 3 more +1/+1 counters.
It checks after you do the equip, and then
they're both enter the battlefield abilities. So you play your Kothafed Soul Hoarder, he enters the battlefield, you trigger Madame Null and the Hero's Blade. You make sure that you get the blade equipped first, and then once that's there, he's got 9 power, so you can spend 9 life and put 9 +1/+1 counters on him, and that's like basically a free +3 buff. It's extremely dependent upon your density of legendary creatures, but I think these days people are building with enough legendaries in the 99 because of the way that the game is. That you probably have enough targets for that.
Yeah, because I remember, Kyle, when you were asking about like how many legendary creatures people were running in decks on average.
Yeah.
And
numbers are creeping up.
It's at least over 10. Like, I almost want to, I don't know what the actual statistical average would be, but like, why not put XYZ legendary creature in the 99? Because it just happens to, it fits the niche that you're looking for your deck, and then you're like,
Yeah, you'd be like, I'm going to build this 3-color deck, and then every 2-color commander for that archetype is in the
deck.
99.
Yeah, it's just
It's true.
yeah, it adds up quick when you're. But yeah, Madam, geez, paying 9 life actually, low cost. That seems all right.
It's mono black. Do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The
you'll
only
be
life that
fine.
matters
You've got
is
life
one.
linkers. You've got your fucking Aquazats in the 99. You've got your Villas. You've got your, what is his name? Valgavoth, Terror Eater. Like, you'll be all right. They have lifelink.
Yup.
You almost accidentally gain life when you're playing mono black. You're like, oh, I didn't even realize this is here.
Yeah, you're like, oh, hey, look, there's Gary. Oh, whoop, hey, check
Yeah,
that
I was
out.
just going to say, you got a gray merchant, don't you? You'll be fine.
Yeah. So I'm going to go over some vibe checks here because it ties into what a deck I'll be talking about later. I'm going to start off with Corvold Gleeful Glutton. That was from the Wilds of Eldraine precons. This was not the one that I'm going to end up talking about. But you got an 8-mana 4/4 Dragon Noble that costs 1 less for each card type among permanents you've sacrificed this turn. So you can't just crack a bunch of treasures and get this bad boy out. But it's got Flying, Trample, and Haste, so that already by itself is pretty good. But and then it also allows you to draw a bunch of cards, do a bunch of things or whatever. I'm gonna say yes for the sake of the conversation, but it is not the commander I ended up going with for a Jund deck list that I'm gonna be going over later. Because that goes to Ognis the Dragon's Lash, good old random lizard warrior from New Capenna. I found like the trend I'm doing recently is rather than looking at new legends and being like, oh wow, cool, new legend, I'm gonna go back a few sets. When did this set come out again? 2022. Oh god. Ognis, I think, just is like you get a 6/5 with haste on 4 mana. To go in, get your treasure token, at least with just Ognis. You're probably going to end up doing like an artifact / like token strategy, and can't complain about even like a keywordless creature that can survive the combat it comes out. Hopefully, probably, maybe, fingers crossed. So that's what I'm going to be talking about later. I put the Hero's Blade in the deck for Ognis, and we'll see how that works out practically tomorrow when I go out and play Magic.
Ooh.
I do want to point out that Corvold wasn't in precons because there was only a Selesnya and a Dimir precon. He was one of those weird, like, I'm going to put this in the, like, set boosters or whatever in a, air quotes, bonus sheet slot or something like that.
Okay.
And then distribute him that way in the commander set so that he's not standard legal, but we still get that card out there.
Those products are weird, where it's like it's a commander product, but it's not in a commander deck.
Like, I think the Throne of Eldraine was another one of those.
Yeah,
Throne of Eldraine didn't it have the it's like the standard version of commander decks. That's where the OG Corvold and Chulainn
No,
were,
not the set
right?
Throne of Eldraine, the card Throne of Eldraine.
gotcha.
Card,
Sorry.
yeah.
Okay.
The like 5-mana legendary artifact was distributed the same way.
Right.
Oh,
right.
that's so annoying. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. Of like, for example, I look at like Crimson Vow and Midnight Hunt as like, oh, they have like these really random and weird quote unquote commander only cards, but they're not in any.
Yeah,
of the
like those
precons.
guys with Soul Bond. You're like, what precon did you come with? None of them,
None of
actually. They were in set boosters.
Also, good luck, and you're like, actually, all of these are pretty sick.
Yeah, nobody plays those, but they all bang.
How much is Throne of Eldraine? Oh dear God. Oh geez. Oh God. Never mind. Closing the window. It's like 38.
Yeah, you don't want to know,
USD.
babes.
Yeah. Weird times with Magic right now. But that being said, yeah. Good thing I went up with Ognis too, because I would not be able to find a Corvold Gleeful Glutton to save my life right now. So I'm good to pass on that. Let's move on to comments. Hey Quinn, can you read the first one for us?
Yeah, Light at Indominus Lux is like, hey Quinn, real quick, why do you hate me? Why don't you want good things for me? I want good things for you, sweetheart, and you have so many good things, but that fuck-ass dinosaur will never have double strike, and that's a promise.
So yeah, I'll give you context for this, Kyle. So our friend Light she loves the Universes Beyond card, Indominus Rex, what is it, Apex, whatever.
That thing fucks.
That thing fucks. It fucks real hard. And her bit, Light's bit, has been like, I can't wait for a colorless and or a black creature to have double strike printed on it. And so far, that thankfully it hasn't happened yet. But once it happens, it's like the vaults of hell will be open because suddenly that dinosaur that's here to fuck has double strike, and I don't think I'm ready for that. And we will make sure.
I'm not ready for it.
And as long
she's always got trample, hexproof, and death touch. It's just like
she always has hexproof.
Double strike.
I fucking hate it. Oh god. Yeah, no, Light. It's not happening. Get over it. Figure it out some other way. Anyway.
You can't fucking step in the same ring as that dinosaur if you don't have one of those, like, greatest power, greatest mana value edicts strapped to your fucking thigh. You gotta keep that thing on you.
Immediately. All right, Uncharismatic Bard here saying, so pumped that y'all smoked mids in Aether Drift. Fucking love that set. Just built my partner a Mu Yan Ling deck for her birthday. Such a fun mono blue build. I forget what that
Hell yeah, dude.
What does that one do? Is it like
she gives your vehicles flying, and then she's Timna for flying creatures.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty good. I haven't seen her a whole lot, but I remember you ran her very briefly when the set came out.
Yeah, I still every once in a while play the mono blue vehicles deck with her. She's not gonna scare the hose if you put her in the command zone, and in the 99 she's pretty good too.
Yeah. What does Spaghetti have
Flying
to say?
as an anthem is a pretty dope
combo. Yeah, it's pretty good.
It is pretty good. Flying actually does win games, as Jen of the Filthy MTG Casuals is fond of saying, and it's never not been true.
It's very true. What does Spaghetti got to say?
Spaghetti says Aether Drift was loud as hell, and that's why I bring it up every MTGL stream, baby. Yeah, Aether Drift had the fucking gas as the car set.
Well, look, people are ranting and raving about like the Speed Demon and Captain Howler and all that other shit, and me and Demonic Junker, I fucking love that card.
Yeah, you do.
Let's go to questioning Feldegrif here. So they got to say here, hell yeah, Cascade, shout out. Not only are they offering real pay for writers, but the publication encourages more creative and thoughtful pieces that require more time in the pressure cooker than most current Magic writing, like top 10 lists, what to buy for your commander deck, etc. Not disparaging those types of articles, but there isn't really a place right now for what Cascade is publishing, and I'm happy they stepped up to the plate to deliver a home run of a first issue. Great episode. Always a fan of vibes-based storytelling. Really enjoyed listening. I think I could be wrong. So Cascade has been a recent independently managed writing website for Magic. And I think the payout for articles right now has over like $150 USD, I think. It was like 120 or something. So yeah, pretty good. I hope more people join the team to get paid what they're owed. And the articles are good. Their articles are really good. What does Medusa have to say?
The lovely Medusa says, once I get a good mic, I want to do vocals for something with DJ Space Girl. Hell yeah, babes. Looking forward to it.
And then Agent Washington here saying, that's why I strive for trick shots rather than W's. Truly smoking mids out here. Again.
Oh yeah, dude. You know it.
The bucket list of Commander is more achievable than, what if I get like 5 or 10 wins in a row? It's not happening.
Fuck a flawless win rate. It's all about, did I achieve my trick shot?
Yeah. All right. So this is the part where we're going to get a DJ Space Girl track played as a brief intermission before we go to the rest of the episode. Quinn, what do you got for us?
Hey, so remember that track, Compact Me to Zero from Edge of Eternity's season? Mm-hmm. I spilled codeine all over it.
Huh? Okay. We'll be back in a sec.
Beat, yeah, 2 cups. Beat, beat. Beat. Yeah, nice and slow, baby, just like that.
Okay, that's a good old DJ Space Girl track. Let's get on to... Oh, shit. This is not supposed to be creative media. God damn it. I fucked it up again. It's supposed to be... No, it is creative media. I'm double guessing myself. Kyle, I need you to stop my awkward behavior here. What are you listening to in terms of magic recently? Like, what do you like consuming?
Yeah, so I'll say, like, just for me, one of my big things is I like to just check in with what Mark Rosewater's putting down on his podcast. So a most recent episode of his Drive to Work podcast that I listened to was his Stretching the Boundaries episode. I think this is kind of I mentioned this on the Legendary Creature podcast, I think, in a recent episode, but I think he's kind of responding to the claim that a lot of complainers about Universes Beyond have of Magic not sticking to traditional fantasy. And he's kind of pointing out that they've never really been,
I am fucking hooting and hollering and clapping in appreciation. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
It has never 100% been traditional fantasy.
Yeah, they really haven't been. And I think he outlines it really, really clearly and obviously. I will say, like, side note, don't tell Andy, I'm not as against Universes Beyond as Andy is. I do get people's aesthetic gripe with it. I do. I don't necessarily love it. There's some instances where I'm like, yeah, I could live without a fucking pizza being in my deck.
Yeah, that has been a bit of a big sticking point for a lot of people. Mike's been on record of being like, this pizza has literally made me want to throw up from how it looks. And I'm like, yeah, I can't.
So like, I get the aesthetic thing for those reasons, but I also take Mark Rosewater's point of, like, they've always been the types to kind of test the boundaries of what they're doing. And it also, I think, makes it so that their art is really, really interesting. The art direction that they can give to these really talented artists, it allows them to break outside of that traditional fantasy trope, which I think is cool. I'll just add, I'm the type of Magic player where I'm not catalogic with this game. Like, I don't have good card recall the way I think a lot of entrenched Magic players do.
Yeah.
And so what's helpful for me is to listen to people like Mark Rosewater talk about design direction, because I think for me, just my archetype of a player, understanding design concepts and concepts that the game is leaning towards or trying to direct you to do, that's much more helpful than having, memorizing a catalog of cards. I know that comes naturally to a lot of people, but I'm not that archetype of a player.
Jim LePage over from the Spike Feeders has said quite a few times, I think probably from before the pandemic hit, when like Magic's kind of, maybe a bit sooner, but like it's kind of really taken off in terms of like how many cards are in circulation. And in Commander, at one point or another, people had a fairly encyclopedic knowledge on the types of cards that were played in Commander games, because, even for a more jank format that they were from like over a decade ago, we didn't have as much selection like as we used to. The selection we had then does not match the exceeding amount that we have now. And now it's almost like there's no point in trying to have that encyclopedic knowledge, because you will always encounter people who have no fucking clue what you're playing. And then you will encounter people who are like, I put this like random 1990 whatever card in the command zone. And you're like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, so this is Garza Zol, Plague Queen from Cold Snap.
And I'm like, well, hold on. I actually know what that card is, but I know for a fact that there'd be several people that we play that'd be like, what the fuck is this? And also, why are you playing that? And you're like, shut up.
She's a bad bitch. That's why.
Yeah. Mark Rosewater, I'm like, God, that guy's got to be retiring soon, right? But like, he
seems to have so much energy for it, though.
God, no, because like, you know what? Like, he is. Listening to him is not my favorite thing to do, but I like I like reading what he talks about when it comes to articles and stuff. And he's had an accessible Tumblr account where he answers a bunch of people's questions. And I'd say like outside of some of the sass that he throws some players, where like, oh, what the Valgavoth thing recently? Oh my god! So someone went into his chat or into his DMs on Tumblr, and they're like, "Who the fuck is Valgavoth?" And Mark's like, "Please be so for real right now. Like, what do you mean you don't know who the face of the set, all the like promotional artwork, the two legendary creature cards that they printed, and all the flavor text, and you don't know who this guy is? Like, are you to say what people are saying lately about like tourists coming through like media or franchises or your game or whatever? Like, you're a tourist. You have no idea what you're talking about. What, like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, if you don't know who Valgavoth is, you completely slept on Duskmorn, and that's on you. You need to go look at Duskmorn.
And
It's like going to a NBA basketball game in the 90s and being like, so who's this Michael Jordan guy?
Yeah, exactly.
This
I'm like,
guy. Everybody's so hype about him. What's his deal?
It's like, oh yeah, like, oh, I'm gonna go watch a hockey game, and who the hell is Wayne Gretzky? Like, yeah, okay, he's a tool now, but like, yeah, he was a bit of a household name for like the last like how many years of hockey history. And I don't like hockey, so like, you know, just the.
I thought you weren't allowed to be like that in where you come from.
In Canada? Well, you know what? As long as the Canadian ninjas don't know what I'm up to, I think I'm gonna be okay. The thing that I do appreciate, okay, we can have our complaints about, okay, hold on, what am I trying to say here? Any complaints about Magic the Gathering, I think for the most part can be leveraged not to WotC but to Hasbro for a multitude of reasons. Mm-hmm. And the people who go to work every day to make this game for us as like consumers and lovers of this game, they're pretty dang accessible. And Mark himself in particular, like, has a extended catalog of written and recorded media of his thoughts about game design. And like, what more can you ask for in terms of like wanting to get an insider scoop or like a retrospective of like where Magic has been and where it's going? And that's pretty great, all things considering.
Yeah, I had an era where like him and Gavin Verhey, like I read like everything those two would put out. My media habits have changed, but you know, like I still think going to the horse's mouth is valuable. And
like, you know, we could say a lot about like Universes Beyond as like, oh, it's the detriment and the downfall of Magic, but like, and I know you and Andy and your play group are not going to be playing Avatar: The Last Airbender cards, and I don't know, what were your guys' stances on The Hobbit coming out? I'm
pretty sure it'll make it into our group
because like, you know, if Lord of the Rings can get the pass, and at this point, you know, the genie's out of the bottle, but like
the fucking grandfather of fantasy as we know it can't get a pass, then who does?
We could sit here and say like, oh, well, like it fits like a glove in terms of Magic's aesthetic and everything, but like they've also made a lot of those cards like mechanically resonant and flavorful, and also sometimes like the most fuck busted thing you've seen on a battlefield. I'm looking at you, the One Ring. Like, holy shit.
You Aragorn the Uniter, you bitch.
Oh.
Crazy.
Freaking Benoit's like, oh man, you know, I need a treat. He bought him. You know what? The less I say about that, the better. That man's love
Aragorn is baby girl, and we'll leave it at that.
Aragorn the Uniter is a fucked up commander. My God. But yeah, again, Morrow has a lot of heart and soul into this game, and he has it out there accessible into the world, and it is great that we have access to that man's brain.
Yeah. You ever think about how the Skyship Weatherlight is literally a Dungeons and Dragons spelljammer? I just think about that sometimes.
Wow,
interesting
actually,
point. Yeah.
You got a point. Anything else that you've maybe tapped into or seen in passing recently, Kyle?
You know, I like I said, I think I've been in this kind of transition for my Magic media, like. So I'm actually open to suggestions, and I'm interested to hear what the two of you are tapping into.
Quinn, do your thing.
So I've been listening to Good Luck High Five a lot recently with Megan and Maria, and I've forgotten the new co-host's name, but yeah, they be putting together a pretty fun show every week, talking about what's going on in Magic the Gathering. What else am I listening to? Time Waster 9000.
Well, I love that title.
Yeah, it's a great podcast. I've also been listening. Oh, the Loading Ready Run and the Spike Feeders and Olivia and Ailey from Elder Dragon Hijinks and Good Luck High Five all got together to do this like camp cardboard thing, and they put out this game relay thing where they did a bunch of Magic themed games that are not actually Magic.
Like, like, did they hold on a second? Let me pull this thing off my shelf here. Did they play the Ravnica Inquisition board game?
I don't think so. It was more like trivia games.
Okay. I was like,
stuff like that.
What about actual like board games that were made and probably like fall into obscurity?
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
Spike Feeder Alex actually got to be the game show host that everybody keeps telling him that he should be. And
he's got the personality for
360 no scopes that role. It's incredible.
Okay, I gotta look into that. You gotta drop that link into this doc when you find it. If I don't find it first, because I'm interested.
Yeah, we'll do that hashtag eventually.
You got Chuck's notes a few days. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
So
yeah, that's what I've been watching. There's 4 of those, and they do have continuity. I say doing the hand gesture. That'll be you'll get it.
There's like an inner continuity thing between them. Okay, that's actually pretty sick. That also takes a lot of effort to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so hey, have you listened to our podcast, the Heroes Play Vibe Check Radio Show?
Absolutely.
Yeah. But okay, so yeah, the Time Waster 9000 is, a weekly podcast. A couple guys get together and talk about Magic, but they do come at it from a very different angle in the recent episode they had of These Cards Have No Home, of like, what's the most like card that you've had in your like collection that you've just collected dust? You're like, I can't play it in Commander because of XYZ reasons. You can't put it in your cube. God knows if you could play it in Pauper or whatever. Or just like, I really want to do this one time, but I know if I let that genie out of the bottle, once I do it that one time, I can never do it again. Stuff like that. So, and yeah, Cascade, I think, I will say as someone who is a little hesitant when it comes to, okay, where am I going? Once again, I'm pausing and being like, okay, so right now in the Magic space, for people who have been involved in content creation for YouTube or, short and long-term media or whatever, and then especially getting to like written articles that used to be on like Star City Games or all those other sites. Hey, the immeasurable, like, all encapsulating crunch of capitalism is like really fucking shitty. So all these people like get let go, or they're not being paid enough for their articles. So when you're having a community driven and funded group like Cascade is coming out, and I can think of a few other like websites, like independent media websites that are coming out for like gaming. And I think like Aftermath is like another one that I'm thinking of, but don't quote me on that just yet. Cascade is one where I'm like, I am hesitantly hoping that it ends up being like a good long-term project that pays people appropriately for their written articles. And what was an article that came out recently? Like there was a few of them that came out recently. One of them was just basically someone's summary of their experience with their son down at MagicCon Vegas. And the perspective of being someone who is a long-term Magic the Gathering player, a father, and someone who is feeling like the erosion of like their wear and tear of being like a Magic player when Hasbro is like trying to milk the cow that's got almost nothing left in the tank. So if you want to pay for if you pay to get, I think it's like $7 per month, like USD. I could be wrong. It might be less. And get
I'm
good.
on there. It looks like it's 7 months is their monthly intro.
Yeah. So I would recommend, like, even if you just want to get the dip in the water, like dipping your toe in the water just to see what they're writing, I would say, like, pay the $7, take a look at it. If it's not your thing, move on. But like, and even as someone who, like, if we're talking about people you don't know and who's like the Michael Jordan of writers in Magic the Gathering, I don't know who most of the people who are writing these articles are. I know a handful through, like, you know, being friends with some of them or, you know, whatever. But the who's who of Magic writers turns out are there, and it might be worth looking into. But speaking of writers who are there and who aren't there, Kristen is a great writer, and she also has a lot of her articles accessible over on Card Kingdom. And yes, she does.
I've always liked Kristen's stuff.
Kristen, and you know, hey, by the way, passing this along, Kristen loves you guys. She just hasn't had the time to sit down and listen to you guys for a long time because of stuff going on in her life.
Yeah,
but,
we go back, like, but Kristen's a cool person.
So she's got a few articles here that hey, we always point it out every time an episode comes out. So 5 great commanders for beginners. Turns out most of them are green. I wonder why. No shade to that. There's a reason why a lot of them are like the most fuck busted cards to put in the zone and green, like, for whatever. The real reason I don't play blue green in Commander, an article made specifically for me. But she goes over a lot of the points of, like, as someone who's, like, been a long-term player, like, what is the satisfaction you get out of playing certain color combos? And she's like, well, this is why I like, this reinforces why I like white-red and why I really don't like playing blue-green. And then you're like, yep, all the check marks that I'm looking for. And then all the Secrets of Strixhaven cards I'm upgrading my decks with, not just the who's who is upgrading with. And I very much like the Legendary Creature podcast of being given the insight of a specific individuals or collective group of people being like, I like these XYZ cards from this set for XYZ reasons. And I'm like, yeah, because I can't look at Secrets of Strixhaven and absorb everything in one go. I only have my own perspective. I only know what I'm looking for. But articles and podcast episodes about these sets really give me a greater and better insight about what that set has to offer. And when you're in a bit of a time crunch, if that means, like, you're like, hey, I only have X many hours in the day to care about Magic the Gathering, and I'm going to spend it playing cards. But if you take the time to, like, read articles like this, I think this will give you good insight of what's going on. So this is, I keep pausing over this, but, like, this particular YouTuber, the Aether Files, has only felt like they've been around for a few months, and I could be wrong, but they give really thoughtful videos. They bring out thoughtful videos about making, like, commander decks mostly. And Illusion a Dream was, like, the first one that, like, really started my interest in it. And this one, A Window Between Worlds, where kind of, like, all the cards have sort of, like, this daydreamy blue sky with, like, fluffy clouds look to them. And it's just a good, nice, relaxing video to spend about a half hour watching or listening to. And it's pretty great. And then a complete shift of gears. Hey, do you know Matt Mercer, the voice actor, and also the guy from Critical Role? Do you also know Charlie, aka Moist Critical? Hey, he's got a gameplay show, and Matt Mercer was over on it, and they played multiplayer brawl using a box of Shadows over Innistrad to kickstart the whole thing. And I love Innistrad, so that's a good video to just kind of pick away at as they open it with, like, the draft, and then they do the gameplay, and it's pretty fun. And then reminder text with a video here of the secret of building good budget commander decks, where he goes over some of his prior examples of some of the other videos that he's done, as well as, like, sort of the things that he looks for and the tools that he uses, such as learning how to use syntax and tags in Scryfall, which I am in particular very bad at using. So you learn a lot from these types of videos.
I think it makes sense that you're not as practiced with it because you can't Scryfall search the cards on your desk.
This is true. I just only have I only have the cards on my desk, and I don't sort my collection. So I literally just pull out 300 plus cards and be like, I'm gonna make a deck today, and then I do it. So yeah, those as usual are my recommendations for this episode, and Kyle, maybe hopefully one or two of them piques your interest.
I just subscribed to Cascade, so we'll go and check it out.
Shit. Nice.
Alrighty. That being said, about not Shadows over Innistrad in general, I need to go off to the Smoking Mids dimension and pal it out with Lenny, and we talk about Innistrad.
All right, have fun.
Be careful when you look through the smoke. You might find some horrible mids beyond the veil. Let's go check in with Cole and Lenny, see what's going on over on Innistrad.
Cole, welcome to the Smoking Mids dimension. I feel like it's been a very long time since you've made your required trip here.
Well, there were a few other people in the booth, and, Quinn had to get fair turns, so, it was about time. I was ready. I've been waiting.
All right, fair enough. Honestly, though, I just jumped at it when you suggested we do this set in particular. So, dear listeners, buckle in, because Cole and I are tackling Mid-Astrad. Or, I guess they call it Innistrad.
Yes. What was it? Shadows over Mid's mouth or whatever, or its Mid's?
Shadows.
I don't know. Look, I am not a big horror person. I do not go to theaters to get spooked the bejeebus out of with horror scary movies and shit. But there is something that is so undeniably alluring about what was probably the first set that I ever played and really got to fully enjoy with Innistrad back in 2011. And then I was like, even years later, as a Commander player, I'm like, this is the coolest set, even though, my God, the power creep has made these cards beyond mid. The passage of time is so cruel.
Yeah, you actually just went and asked the first question I was going to ask, is kind of like, what is your experience with Innistrad? And I do feel like for a lot of people, this is like one of the sets where they really locked in on.
Mm-hmm.
I
often hear, what was it? I think, I could be wrong, and maybe I'm misremembering, but I remember Shivan Butt said that he took time off Magic, as many long-term Magic the Gathering players have tended to do from those who started in the 90s, and then came back around the time when like Innistrad or like Return of Ravnica was coming back, which is around like the same like 2 or 3 year period. And they were like, wow, Magic is good. And you're like, yeah, they were really cooking with that like Scars of Mirrodin block into Innistrad, into the Return to Ravnica block sets at that period.
Yeah, I was playing like a ton of Magic at this point. This is kind of not too far off of when this is like maybe a year and a half after I got back locked in, and when Steven got locked in with me. So I always kind of think of this as part of that. I mean, really, it's kind of closer to New Phyrexia, but like it's just a line of body horror from New Phyrexia, Scars of Mirrodin through Innistrad, and it's great. And I always think of a really great story with my friend Cody, where at the time, so Snapcaster Mage was huge, and we all like threw in for a box to draft, and it was like, if you win the rounds and stuff, then you get the first pick of the rares and stuff. And my friend Cody decides he wants to just grab this one card that, like, I guess Steven was like super interested in. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna trade that for you. And then immediately, like, somebody else does another pick, and then Steven makes third place. And he's like, well, I guess I'm gonna take that Snapcaster Mage. And Cody's like, God damn it! I should have taken the Snapcaster Mage. And he's like, do you want to trade? And Steven's like, no. No, I'm good.
No,
I'll take the Snapcaster.
I made a decision. And what a good decision it was, all things considered.
Oh, yeah. That card
Definitely
was tearing it up back
So we're
then.
not starting the episode off saying that Snapcaster Mage is mid, because my god, even in Commander, it is not.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it has a lot of competition now, but yeah, no, it still does work. Why don't you start us off with some cards, some of the mids, some of the Midistrad?
Sure. So
The
let me
mid-level
crack
board.
open a can, because I don't know if this is going to happen in the main podcast world, but
Yeah.
we got to do it anyway for the bit. So hey, there are many cards that are mid in this set. I think we will need to preface that, but one of the cards that is near and dear to my heart and is so very specific that maybe if you risk it, it might blow up in your face. Lenny, what do you think about what I think is a mid card, Reaper from the Abyss?
Okay, this thing. I love this thing. Like, look, it's a 6/6, it blows up a bunch of creatures, and I have yet to actually see it blow up in anyone's face. It just seems like you'll always have some kind of creature. And then, by the time they're down, like, what are they going to do? They're not playing any new creatures, and you are beating them into the ground with your 6/6.
Yeah.
No notes. Perfect card.
In terms of other 6-mana, 6/6 flying demons you could be playing, well, yeah, sure, there's a new bunch that have been printed in the last, 15 years since the set came out. But if you're looking to leverage, if you want to be a filthy control mage like some people like me, you don't need to play like Shieldred or Edict effects. You could just like pop something on someone else's turn, go to the end step, and then kill something else just because, hey, combat happened or whatever. Reaper is a witness to all, and God forbid, Avacyn forbid that you're a demon or a non-demon, because you're about to bite the dust.
Yeah, or, Avacyn's there and you're giving everyone indestructible. I see we've got a lot of overlap here, so I'm going to be the one to talk about Skurstag Skurstag High Priest, because I
So
played this
cool.
card more times than you have.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah, listen, as a card-carrying member of the Cult of Athreos, this guy is one of my favorites if you can get him down early. Yeah, you gotta have a creature die. Yeah, you gotta have 2 other creatures to tap, but in the right deck, you're just like pumping out 5/5 flying demon tokens, and they get work done. I think what people don't think about a lot about tokens is that when they're big and beefy like that, they're actually like they're worse for your opponents than a Magic card. Because you don't really care. If you spent like 6 mana and you're like, oh, I got my Reaper from the Abyss, they might be blocking, they might be doing stuff with this, but like that demon, they're like, I don't want to lose it to a dang token. Nobody wants to lose their stuff to a token.
No one does. But Skurstag
Yeah.
High Priest is like, but what if you did it like every turn? And eventually
Yeah.
that starts getting a little out of hand.
What you got for me?
Well, let's go to another card that, we're still in the same color here. Let's talk about another demon. A card who likes Phyrexian Arena, except that can also target your opponents in a pinch. We're going to talk about Blood Gift Demon. Art by Peter Moorbacher, one of my quote-unquote old Magic artists who's no longer with the company. But this card's always left a good impression on me, even back when I started playing Standard. I don't remember it being a Standard card, but, hey, I wasn't really playing it. But, hey, the beginning of your upkeep, target player draws a card and loses 1 life. And that could be you. It could be your opponent. Take your pick.
Yeah, I really like this guy a lot. I mean, also, I love flyers, so it's a 5/4 flyer. Like, already at 5, it's not bad.
Nope, it's pretty good, all
Yeah.
things considered.
Yeah, but not like as crazy as demons get, so perfectly mid.
An acceptable mid.
What if we just never leave black?
Yeah, well, now hold on. I mean, it's pretty easy. You know, that's the thing
Mhm.
too, right? We're only talking about the Innistrad set itself. None of the other cards from the other sets. We're not talking about the block. We're not talking about the plane as a whole. We're specifically looking at the set from the first set back in 2011. And wow, there were a lot of just kind of like, at the time, maybe crazy black cards, but cards that like really do still stick around in rando piles here and there. So sure, if we're
Yeah.
still on the topic, why not? Let's talk about another black card.
Okay. So, Andy of the Legendary Creature podcast commented on my Mid-Estrad deck list.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I had to drop what he mentioned. Sever the Bloodline. 3 and a black, exile target creature and all other creatures with the same name as that creature. Like, and it's a sorcery, so decidedly medium. But it's also got flashback, and how often you see people playing stuff like, I don't know, yeah, you want to get rid of higher value targets, but sometimes you'll see like 3 people with a Delighted Halfling, or there's always the token player, or there's the clones player, and you just get them right out of the game with this.
And
then
not
they
only
come
that,
back, and then you flash it back.
not only that, I mean, look, targeted exile removal is always a pretty clutch thing, but having a pretty achievable flashback in the world of Sakashima the Imposter, like, or Sakashima, whatever, the partner one, we're in a world where people do love getting the extra copies of whatever bullshit that they're on, and Sever the Bloodline, even to this day, is going to be doing the work. It's just, you gotta play at sorcery speed. Oh no, oh man, it's terrible.
Yeah. Or, if you're really cheeky, if you're playing Spy Kit, you can just...
Okay, relax. Not everyone
Spy
has
Kit
access
is
to
great.
Spy Kit.
And you know what? That is a crime that Wizards of the Coast needs to correct. Wizards, if you're listening, and I know you are, mail every single Magic player a copy of Spy Kit.
You know, I'd be down for that. I'd like
Yeah.
one.
My address is...
My address is doxing myself. Uh-oh. Hey, future Cole, delete that. Okay, let's shift gears a little bit, but maybe still keep in the realm of recursion in the graveyard in some way. I did not realize I was a Reanimator player until years after the fact, but maybe the signs were there from the beginning with Moldgraph Monstrosity. For you insect players, this one's for you, but you got a 7 mana, 4 generic, 3 green insect that's an 8/8 with trample. So we're already above rate back in 2011 when I guess creatures were really getting good or whatever. And green, of course, has got to get its share of the pie. When Moldgraph Monstrosity dies, exile it, then return 2 creature cards at random from your graveyard to the battlefield. Well, that could be anything, but if you are selectively curating your graveyard, as I imagine you, a very smart and intelligent Magic the Gathering player, would do, Moldgraph might just get the 2 things that you want at the expense of forever exiling the Moldgraph. But that's fine, I think.
I mean, how long is the game going to last, right? Just, 2 things might just be better than that. Don't worry about it.
Regardless, you're also getting a Reanimator effect in green, which, we're used to our, hey, return this permanent card to your hand or whatever. But on the odd occasion, if you really squint, you'll get some diamonds in the rough via Moldgraph Monstrosity.
I love it. All right, I'm going to talk about one that I've never played, and I constantly think about every time I look through my random piles of cards that I have. Back from the Brink. All right, 6 mana, do nothing enchantment unless you have a lot more mana, but exile a creature card from your graveyard and pay its mana cost. Put a token onto the battlefield that's a copy of that card. Activate this only in time you could activate a sorcery. Listen, blue isn't usually doing stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, now, think about where we're at now in terms of Magic. And I can definitely see Back from the Brink back then was like well, why would I exile my card and also pay its mana cost to just get a token copy of something? But we are in the world of like mass token doubling, copying tokens, and so on and so on and so on. So this card becomes a lot more appealing with all that in retrospect.
Yeah, I like that. And I like 6-mana do-nothing enchantments are really one of my love languages when it comes to Magic. So, I don't know, I think I gotta find a space for to give this guy a whirl.
I believe in you, Lenny. You are if there is anyone who would do it, I believe in you.
Well, good. It's about time somebody did.
Oh my god. Okay. Let's continue on blue for a little bit here. This is a card that always pops up every once in a blue moon. And you gotta respect it because of what it says. So Mind Shrieker, 2-mana 1/1 Spirit Bird with flying. You can pay 2 generics, so a target player mills the top card of their library, and then Mind Shrieker gets +X until end of turn, where X is that card's mana value. Now, sometimes you hit a land and that sucks, but sometimes someone's being real cheeky and they have prime real estate on the top of their deck, and you're like, I would love to give my Spirit Bird +10/+10 for whatever goddamn reason, and it's those moments where Mind Shrieker shines.
Yeah, just that's a nice worldly tutor, or Crater Hoof, tutored with a worldly tutor at the top of the deck.
Oh, how did that get there? That's crazy. Anyway, yoink.
Yeah.
Mind Shrieker kind of intersects on a lot of things in such a very absolutely midway. It is a flyer, it is a spirit, it is a bird, and it mills your opponents. And sometimes you need a card that does at least one of those things. And it all kind of intersects in this really spooky looking bird.
I constantly mistake this for the, Mirror Mad Phantasm.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, with the art, yeah.
Well, also just like blue, I think flying rare. It really just shows I know nothing about that card.
Well, you know what? Maybe
it's
we'll
not
get
even
back
on
to
my list.
Maybe we'll get back to that in a future episode. But when you kind of step back, I guess if you look at Innistrad as a whole, you're like, yep, there were sure some werewolves and some blue spirits and some black demons and some white angels, and everyone could go, yep, that is true.
Yep.
All right, what else you got?
Well, let me get off of yours and okay. Yeah. I want to talk about ghostly possession.
Yeah, you're really gonna have to. I saw this on the list, and I'm like, what is Lenny cooking? Because I want to know.
Well, I mean, look, it looks pretty terrible, but I am really into the idea of just using it on your own creature and just blocking for days.
True, it does give an enchanted creature flying, and it prevents all combat damage that is be dealt to and dealt by the creature. So
yeah, you don't even have to kill anybody's stuff. You just block forever. And let me tell you, like, when you're playing against the likes of like you or Quinn, like, blocking is awesome. People are trying to cut your head off with like swords, and just having a blocker that doesn't go away, awesome.
Well,
and if you're playing against me, having a flyer, awesome.
To quote Quinn, as usual, it is absolutely ruinous when that happens.
Absolutely. So yeah, and I guess if you don't really care about flying, you could put it on someone else's creature. But yeah, no, I'm just into like, I just have this blocker forever until you get rid of it. Till you spend cardboard on it. All right, what you got?
Let's talk about a shared card that I think just does the exact role that it needs to do, and then it does it again, and then that's all you need, and that is Unburial Rites.
Yeah, I love this one. I mean, listen, this is a classic of Standard. This was the linchpin for the French Rites Standard deck.
Mm-hmm.
Just a beautiful piece of reanimation that you can flash back. what's not to love? It's simple, it's elegant, it's reusable. I don't know why I don't play it in more decks.
Well, how often are your decks in at least Orzhov colors?
Also, not often enough.
Yeah, there's that too, right? So
Yeah.
that's the thing. Unburial, being in that kind of enemy color combo setting where they started printing off. Well, I guess maybe not all of it, but we started getting a bunch of the enemy color check lands and all that other stuff. So they were like, yeah, well, we'll throw in a bit of 2-color ID cards like this. So Unburial Rites, it's not flashy. It doesn't need to be flashy. You're paying 5 up front, and then maybe you pay an additional 4 later for just a 2 reanimator effect. And in a world where we can mass reanimate stuff willy-nilly, who doesn't love their Breach the Multiverse, where you can also start stealing other people's cards while you're at it. Unburial Rites kind of just, ends up not looking as favorable. But also, you can end up pitching your Unburial Rites. Maybe you wheel it away or you get it milled or whatever. And you're like, oh, wait, I still got one more last hurrah out of it. Oftentimes when people are least expecting it, and then they suffer for their hubris, and you get to bring back something really cool.
Yeah. One thing though, Cole, how is it not flashy when it has flashback?
Well, if you get it in foil, maybe I'll agree with you, but I am not giving you that one.
I worked so hard for it.
No, it was right there. It's low-hanging fruit. Come on.
Right.
Okay.
Oh man, don't get me started. Low-hanging fruit's a joke there too. All right, let's talk about the Demon Male Hoberk, because that's also both on our list.
Yeah, this. Oh man, speaking of equipment. Oh man, what a cool card.
Yeah, I got stomped into the dirt by this in that very same draft that I was talking about. Listen, this does 2 great things for you. It makes something huge. Honestly, we could do a Demon Male Hoberk vibe check. And, it's a sack outlet. It's 2 things. It's great. I love it.
Yep. Once upon a time, my friends and I went to an LGS at midnight. We were like, well, we're playing Magic anyway. How about we go draft Innistrad at this LGS at midnight? And I'm like, I guess. Not what I expected to do on a Friday night, but yeah, sure. Let's go do it. So, of course, hey, I drafted Skurstag High Priest because I was like, well, I know and love this card. And then someone passed me a midnight haunting, and I was like, well, obviously I got to get in on it. And then maybe, Intangible Virtue got passed along the way, maybe. And at that point, I'm just being a little bit too greedy, but I thought I was being super duper smart about it. And then, of course, Demon Male Hallberg got passed around, and I'm like, I could sack one flying 1/1 spirit to make another, or to give the other one Demon Male Hallberg, meet the criteria, have another body out to tap the Skurstag and the spirit and whatever to make the demon, and then we really go to town. And then I lost that match, and then I lost every game. So we'll keep that only as a commander exclusive idea.
That's rough, buddy. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Well, it wasn't the last time, so,
Well, yeah, it's never the last time you're going to lose a game of Magic horribly. I'm probably going to do that later tonight.
Aren't we all at the end of the day?
Yeah. Well, why don't we do one more? What do you say?
Sure, let's do that.
Okay. Well, that starts with you then.
Sure, yeah, okay. You know what? We got to talk about Heretic's Punishment, okay? This card, I need people to read this card, and I need them to reread it again, because when I first read this card all those years ago, I thought, I don't like playing red, but maybe I could. But I do believe that there might have been errata, and I'll have to double check that, but probably not, because it's Heretic's Punishment. So this is a 5-mana red enchantment, and it reads 3 in a red. Choose I was right. choose any target, then mill 3 cards. This enchantment deals damage to that permanent, or to that target, equal to the greatest mana value among the milled cards. Now, there's a lot of investment to put into this card, but if you're playing that really weird, like, red X mill deck or reanimator deck or whatever, and you just want, hey, I have free open mana to wait until the end of someone's end step before they pass it over to me to activate Eric's Punishment, this is the card. Maybe this is for you.
Maybe you run stuff like Grave Purge and all that. Maybe it's in your Jund deck and you do that Worldly Tutor we were talking about. Then you put Draco to the top of your deck, and then you do this and you 16 somebody.
You know what?
And then, yeah.
We could possibly
and you're going to feel like the coolest person on Earth.
Look, for the real sickos out there, I don't know, like, what kind of Boros mill deck do you have? I don't know. But maybe you have Zerta the Dawnwaker in the command zone that allows you to activate Heretic's Punishment for 2 mana.
Okay, that's pretty hot. I'm into that.
Something to think about.
Yeah, much to think about, in fact.
One last one from you, Lenny. Let's cap the episode off with this one. Make it big, go big or go home. What do we got to close out?
Everything I have is extremely mid. Why did I do this to myself? All right, you know what? Let's talk about a white card, because I think we've only got one so far. The Angel of Flight Alabaster. 4 and a white, flying 4/4. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may return target spirit card from your graveyard to your hand. I'm pretty sure they put this in that blue-white spirit precon from back in Crimson Vow.
I believe it, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a flyer, gets the work done. It's one of them old-fashioned upkeep triggers, so you have to wait a ton of turns. But, like, if you ever take a look at, like, what spirits are available to you, there are some bangers to keep getting back. Like, Selfless Spirit might surprise you. Spirit. There is the Remorseful Cleric, also Spirit. Sacrificeable, nukes graveyards. You know, there's a lot of little techie things that you can be doing with these and just getting it back once every turn, assuming, your opponents aren't, like, trying to destroy your stuff. But you know what? They won't be able to, because you'll have that Selfless Spirit. And then you'll get it back with your Angel of Flight Alabaster.
Yeah,
or if you're doing, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, at the moment, we are back at Strixhaven, where Lorehold absolutely loves stuff in graveyards and has a lot of spirits as part of their kind of suite. So, like, if you want to get in on that, Angel of Flight Alabaster might be that linchpin card.
Oh, heck yeah. That 4/4 flyer that blocks for your Quintorius, who's excited to see the spirits leave your graveyard. Sign me up.
Yeah, this could be the card, that you've been waiting for this entire time. And the only way that you were going to know about it is because we brought it to you, to your doorstep, to your ear holes.
Right, because you certainly didn't open it in the Jumpstart pack.
No, and I definitely didn't open it in a pack in 2011, and it was like, this is one of the coolest cards I could have ever opened, and then, like, couldn't do anything with it because I did not like playing white and or Reanimator, and wow, how times have changed.
Yeah, also, Cole, I hate to break it to you, but, like, for a lot of people, they won't know about the cards that we opened in packs in 2011. Because a lot of them started in, like, the pandemic, which somehow was, like, 4 or 5 years ago. Like, what? How?
The cruel march of time moves on.
Oh, God, does it ever.
All right, Lenny. It's that time again where you betray all expectation and give us some real-life words of wisdom.
Yeah, I got one, actually. Real life words of wisdom. I think people in general, ought to listen more and talk a little less.
Lenny,
And
say it ain't so. We're on a podcast.
we're on a podcast, but it's true. I think a lot of people miss a lot of important details. It feels to me like there's a lot of times there are just conversations where people are just waiting to say the next thing. Like they're waiting for you to finish just so they can say their piece. And sometimes, like, just listen and just let people talk and let them go off. Which is kind of weird, actually, now that I'm thinking about to say it's for people who are listening to a podcast. But just think about that in your own life if you're actually actively listening to folks. That's my wisdom.
Good wisdom. As someone who has always had the compulsion to try to get the last word in, for reasons that I am seeing my therapist about, yeah, it is good to sometimes sit back and maybe put whatever you were thinking about talking about on the back burner and maybe even just leave it there, because some people need to have their moment, and you gotta let them get through it.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty, let's get on out of here.
All right.
Wow, man, that room is really smoky, Quinn. How do you live in there?
Very carefully.
Otherwise, you get lost in the sauce, and then you look at like your purchase list, and you're like, I literally bought all these cards because Lenny knows his cards, and I have to buy these things.
We're extremely
I love it.
normal.
I love that you're putting Lenny to use.
Oh, yeah, well, that was the thing where I'm like, Lenny, are you writing anything? He's like, no. I'm like, then you're coming along for the ride, bucko. And he's like, fuck yeah. So,
And honestly, a good form of content is a good Discord server as well. Like, there's a lot of people in the Legendary Creature server that
I
like,
am
"You all
shaking
should
my
be-
screen, dude.
You all should be making content, all of you."
And look,
Yeah.
I know, and you're right. And one of the things, and I think I wanted to say this earlier, and I'll use the point, like this part to say it. I feel incredibly thankful and blessed to be able to not only like do an episode like this, but to share the space with you guys in your own Discord. You guys have been incredibly generous to us just by showing up. I showed up one day. I just remember, like, I'm remembering this because, like, one, hey, long-term / short-term fan of the Legendary Creature podcast. I can't believe it took me this long to get looped in because I love what you guys are talking about, and the community that you guys have cultivated. And the one thing is that your guys' episodes are somewhat timeless. Because whenever someone's like, hey guys / Jeff, hey Jeff, we're calling you out specifically.
Which Jeff is definitely the one that knows.
Hey, do you remember this bit that Andy and or Kyle, or both of you, when you guys really freaking get going, like, do you remember when that was and what was the timestamp? And some people will maybe come out and be like, oh, I know when that was. And then Jeff specifically is like, no, I know the exact second of when the whole thing starts, and drops it on your lap. And you're like, this is freaking amazing. But you guys are like effectively timeless, it feels like. I was like, I swear I just listened to that episode recently, and then you're like, you look back at the clock and you're like, nope, that episode was like 2 years ago and it's still relevant. It's just so cool to be kind of involved in all that now. And
Yeah, thanks for that. And I'll just say, like, I mean, and this is to the point, I mean, like, that I'm getting at with like a lot of the people in the server is, you know, I mean, that culture is something that is a collective built thing. I think Andy and I tried to attract people that you know, share some kind of value in this game with us. But and then as to the content thing, you know, Andy and I realized pretty early on that we were never going to keep up with all the people that are kind of chasing the cutting edge on YouTube and stuff like that, where they're like, oh, I'm the first person to review this card after it was spoiled. Like, or I'm the first person to go and drop thoughts about something that just came out or just leaked. Like we were never going to be able to be those people. And so just being thoughtful and deliberate,
Mhm.
that's our vibe. That's what fits for us. Yeah.
Yeah. And that being said, like you said, it's hard to keep up in the, like, YouTube is such a behemoth. It's hard. You have to be a bit of a psycho to like try and fight the algo and be like, it's time for you guys to like dump all the episodes onto like YouTube and everything. But like your recent attempt at putting a bit of a visualizer on YouTube between like your recent episodes when it comes to going to school to do some spell slinging is sort of like that happy medium between like you can't just put a still image sometimes like and be like,
yeah, there's got to be something to look at.
and take it from someone who is not built for YouTube, but we put episodes, I put like episodes out, and I in the future, hey future Cole, maybe you can commiserate with this. I sit down on Wednesdays and I'll sit down and I'm like, okay, I've maybe passed over like the audio file once or twice just to do like necessary cuts, splice in Quinn's track, splice in Lenny and us and Smoking Mids and everything. And then every once in a while I'll throw in like a funny image on like the YouTube version when it finally comes out, just to see, be like, hey, you the watcher, if you're actually watching it for whatever reason, you'll see the funny like meme that we're referencing, or we made something or whatever, right? I sat down for one episode and I put in just about every single card that we were talking about that episode, and I wanted to die. Like it was like
never again.
I was like, oh, so that's why people try to keep their episodes like within the hour, because if they talk about every single card that comes to mind and they go for the length of time that we go, oh man, like I need to start paying someone to do this. I just do not have the
It gets
temperament.
wild because as I've been tinkering with that, I'm like, okay, of the documented cards mentioned, there's like 175, but there's like 230 card mentions across the 2.5 hours. It gets pretty crazy.
Yeah, and like when it comes to, as someone who's coming at it from the perspective of like a creator. And like, yes, us going up to like 4 hours is like batshit behavior all by itself, and I can't deny that. And you also have to be a certified freak to listen to it for 4 hours. But when it comes to like short and long form content, I sometimes come into like a podcast episode or something where it's like an hour doesn't feel like enough, and two hours is like, okay, we're entering feature-length film territory. But there's enough room for stuff to breathe compared to the moments of people are like, well, we got to get this done under an hour. And then they chop the ever-loving shit out of it. Like I know some people who will like chop so much empty air and audio out that it sounds unnatural. And then they're like, oh, it's 35 minutes and 46 seconds. I'm like, I want more though. Like I want my cake. I want more cake.
I'm with you.
You know?
So an example of some people that I love to listen to is the EDH Recast guys. Like I think they do a great job. I'm a person who's interested in kind of data insights. And so I wish that they would talk for 2.5 or 3 hours for their episodes.
Yeah.
But they seem to kind of try to keep it under a tight 60, like they're trying to keep it under an hour. And I'm like, look, I'm telling you, I'd listen to you if you talked for twice as long.
I will pay you money if you're not already paying money to listen to you talk for like 2+ hours. Yeah. I'm coming at it from the perspective of someone who, I'm not the guy that goes to YouTube to listen to someone do like a 5+ hour retrospective on like your favorite childhood nostalgic media thing. Like I'm not about that, but when people, okay, what is the thing that came up recently? I keep pausing and I'm like, oh, I got to think about this because it's like relevant and recent. People were pointing out that one of the things that they were worried about when it comes to YouTube videos or podcasts or whatever is that, especially in Magic, they'll reach a point where they can no longer talk about anything because they're just regurgitating the same point over and over again. But when I think about you and Andy, I'm like, you guys haven't done just shy of a decade's worth of conversations that are about the ever evolving nature of this game. The foundation, the core tenets of this game isn't changing, but all the additional game pieces plus the quadrants of like social dynamics and add in whatever like additional factors that you want to, right? But like it is always and can constantly be an ever evolving conversation. But there also has to be intent behind like, why are we sitting down and talking about instant sorcery spells for a collective of 6 or 8 hours across 4 episodes or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, one, what are you getting out of it as the person sitting behind the mic? And then what are people getting out of it as the people who listen to it? And it's like, I feel like some people, the people who are like, you can't, I'm stumbling over this, excuse me. You can't make everything that Magic is your entire personality, but I think it's disingenuous to say that like maybe sometimes we regurgitate the same points over and over again, but like it's because the conversation has nuance. Last episode we were talking about cheating in Commander. Editor Cole here. I meant lying, not cheating. Sorry. And Quinn was like, I refuse to say anything under threat of death. And I was like, fair enough. And I have some opinions about like the stance of like what is actually cheating in a game of Commander versus like using hidden information to leverage your position in the game. And it's like, that is just one aspect about Magic that gets people in a tizzy, but there's so much behind it that it's like, it's just interesting to talk about. And I'm rambling at this point, but I'm like, Magic is so complex that you're like, it's either it's solved or you're not. It's not. And like, where do you sit on that, you know?
Yeah. And I think it's an interesting thing. Like I love conversations like this where, you know, I mean, I had a college professor that talked about how dialogue meanders. And I think this is what, this is kind of the secret sauce to me and Andy is like, we're willing to let it meander, you know, like, but I think that there's a lot of people that are looking for Magic content that's to the point. Like they want you to identify, you know, the easiest ways to combo, the easiest synergies to piece together. And that's fine. Like that we get to all play in different ways, right? So there's that piece of it, but like it is a social game, particularly this format. And so that's where I think there's just so much to talk about here. You know, I mean, like I used to listen to limited resources just so I could kind of get a limited perspective on the game. Which, you know, again, talking about people that will talk for 3 hours, you know, where they'll literally go through every single fucking card and grade it in a set, right? Like,
and they'll also look at a set like Spider-Man and be like, there is nothing to talk about here, moving on. And everyone's like, oh, thank God. Like, you know,
you know, so but there are those resources where it's just like, hey, like we're just trying to get down the line, but Commander is so social, you know, and it really opens up a lot to talk about. Like I think a lot of other formats, it's hard to talk about endlessly.
Yeah.
You know, because like what else are you going to say about Modern? Like once you've kind of figured out all the basics of
Modern Horizons fucked it up irreparably, moving on, you know? Like...
Right. But Commander, it's a social game. It's an eternal format. There's no shortage of things to talk about, even though you can find yourself recycling subjects a little bit. You know, like for example, Andy and I did our color series pretty early on in the stretch of the podcast, but like we came back to them and there were different resources. You know, Mark Rosewater had the Color Pie articles that he had done. So we had those as references, which I'm into. It's kind of a little heady for Andy's
especially
taste, but
recently too, with like the updates of like, okay, what is the Color Pie now in the mid 2000s when like, oh, hey, we're going to give blue vigilance. It's like, oh, sure. Why not? That makes it makes sense to me, at least now.
Yeah. And then like, you know, I mean, Andy and I have been doing these series recently, right? You know, like he just kind of got through our Spellslinger series. I did the Enchant series, and I was kind of like, I feel like I'm always ambiently talking about enchants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when I went back and looked, I'm like, I actually haven't done a dedicated enchants episode in years. And I had such a definitive tone. And how I was talking in that episode
at the time versus where you are now, and you're like,
Yeah.
whoa, coming on a little strong here. I need to.
Yeah, now I'm like a much more woo-woo kind of like, yeah, let's just shamanista our way through it, and we'll just kind of feel it, and what's the vibes, and you know, everybody's right and everybody's wrong. We're all just here loving, you know, and I'll talk about that for 4 episodes.
Kumbaya, am I right? Like,
right. But
Yeah.
I had different things to say because I'm in a different place with the game.
And
Yeah, it's like you as a person have changed over the like decade of space in between the amount of time like you recorded those episodes, and also the game has changed, and both of that comes together to make a completely different like take on the subject matter.
And
Exactly.
the other thing too, and I feel like I have said this, but I'll say it again. The Legendary Creature podcast to me is a prime example of one, it is a love letter to the game, and two, it feels timeless, even though it is showing like the different periods of like what you guys think about the game from like back from what were you guys thinking in 2020? What were you guys thinking in 2021? What was the bomb that dropped in 2022 that made you guys radically like change your opinion? You know, like it feels timeless because one, the immutable part of the podcast is you two, but the rest of it is the ever-changing like river of like, okay, how did we get from Andy and Kyle back all the way back in like 2018 in the back of a car with like reverberating audio and all that stuff, which is still like charming and endearing and hilarious that you guys are like chatting at 2 a.m. about a card game, because that's you know, that's the environment where you're like, fuck it, bring out the microphone. We got to get this out of us like right now. And then now you're like,
we are.
and here you are, be like, all right, we're going to school and we're talking about instant sorceries and enchantments and equipment and all this other stuff. And yeah, like there's the timeless element of it. And it's like, yeah, of course the conversation has to continue because you're not off the train ride yet. And hopefully not for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm ready to keep going.
Now, speaking of keeping going, this is the part of the podcast where we're talking about what we've done recently, whether in terms of new brews, games that we've played recently, and so on. Quinn,
Yeah.
you have a scaring the hose level of options, but you have granted us mercy and allowed us to pick 2 of them here. And one of them I want to share with you. But
Okay, let's do that one then.
okay, sure. Let's set the tone. Let's establish things here. So Agnes is a legendary creature that we can talk about. And you and I were both doing some research on this, but you actually jumped the gun on it. So let's talk about what you've been up to with that.
Yeah, you posted about Jund equipment in the Legendary Creature Podcast Discord in the Voltron section where the lovers of blades hang out. And I looked through a lot of the legends and decided that, hey, most of these guys could not give less fucks about a knife.
Let's go through the list. No.
I'm like looking at Corvold, I'm looking at Karthus, I'm looking at Zeotora, and I'm just like, these fuck-ass dragons don't give a damn about a knife. I'm not putting an equipment deck together with any of them. It's not worth anyone's time. And then you go and look at some of the smaller Jund legends like Slimefoot and Squee, who's just like, I'm not playing an equipment deck with them.
I'm like 3 typal decks asterisk in a trench coat. Like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's more of a reanimator, move cards between zones type beat. I don't know if you ever really want to have Slimefoot and Squee stick around that long in that deck because they're main purpose is to move back and forth between the graveyard and bring guys with them. So what I ended up landing on was, hey, Agnes, the Dragon Slash. That's a reasonably sized creature and would make a difference putting equipment on her because she's not already like 7 power or whatever. And she's got haste, so get her ass to the armory. And yeah, that's what we ended up doing. So I have the like thesis construction gameplay experience structure here of how I talk about that. So construction, the knives. I got 25 knives from my MTGO library, and if you know me, you already know what most of these knives are. Yes, there's an Ember Cleave. Yes, there's a Buster Sword and a Genji Glove and Cauldron Complete. Yeah, I got the Nettle Cyst. I got the Sword of Blinken Ramp. Yeah, Corey Steel Cutter is here too. Yeah, I got this talking stick as well. Like, basically what I'm up to if you have played a game of Magic the Gathering against me previously. These knives are nothing new and they are getting put to use here. But I did have a couple of new things that I hadn't played yet in the dowsing device and the improvised arsenal. Dowsing device isn't really a knife, but it kind of does act
you
like
read
one.
if you squint at it when you flip it over.
Yeah. When you squint, that's kind of an equipment. When it or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, up to one target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gets haste until end of turn. And then you can transform it if you control 4 or more artifacts. This is particularly effective, I think, in the Agnes deck because on attacks, she makes a treasure token for attacking creatures with haste. So if I've got more than one guy with haste that's swinging with her, we're going to make multiple treasures, and all of those entering will trigger the dowsing device, and I can stack those buffs wherever I want.
Hasty,
usually
nice.
Probably on Agnes so that I can start marking that commander damage and putting people in the dirt with her. And that's on the backside flips into a land, and you can pay 2 and a red, and until end of turn, target creature gets haste and +X/+0, where X is the number of artifacts you control. So I'm just like turning all of those treasures into force multiplication in addition to the ramp stuff that it does.
Nice, love it.
The other new knife for me is the improvised arsenal from the Ninja Turtles set. For 1 and a red, this artifact equipment gives the equipped creature +1/+0 for each artifact you control, which again talks really well to the volume of treasures that Agnes is capable of creating. It's got a super cheap equipability for a red mana. And then for 4 and a red, you can make a token that's a copy of this equipment. So I can just spend all of my treasures to print out another knife and put that on Agnes as well. Just really compounding the amount of damage that I have available, or you can put that on somebody else with trample. Really just like you pick a threat, you stack some knives on them, and you make them an even bigger threat, and you get to fucking swinging. Some other stuff that we've got in here, so that's the knives. We can talk about the knife wielders next. I have a bunch of creatures in my MTGO library that are pretty good with equipment or have good keywords. In particular, from Ninja Turtles, we've got Wingnut, Bat on the Belfry. Whenever another creature you control enters, Wingnut gets Flying, Menace, or Haste until end of turn, and whenever it attacks...
That's not bad for uncommon with all those keywords.
Yeah.
Each other attacking creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Agnes kind of tells you to do the go wide aggro game plan. So you're playing your creatures that are capable of going wide, and then you swing with the Wingnut, and all of them get the +1/+0. And she's got extremely good keywords for holding knives in the form of Flying and Menace, and the haste makes it compatible with Agnes. So that was a thing that we wanted to make sure that we got in there. In terms of knife guys, fucking Furion, Wild Rose Warrior, gives my equipped creatures haste and then copies the equipment whenever they enter the battlefield and makes them cheaper to equip with the Shadow Clone ability. So I'm force multiplying in that way. I'm making them compatible with Agnes. I'm running the numbers up and turning all these guys sideways.
fucking
Firion really comes to ball.
and then fucking because we were talking about this because I was like, okay,
Yeah, you mentioned Firion and then Gilgamesh, Master at Arms, who is the absolute motherfucker.
speaking of cards that come to fuck, Gilgamesh is really that fucking card.
Yeah, this guy is 6 mana for a 6/6 Titan. Whenever he enters or attacks, you look at the top 6 and you put any number of equipment from among them onto the battlefield, put the rest on the bottom, and then when you put one or more equipment onto the battlefield this way, you can attach one of them to a samurai you control. Let's take a look at that type line on Gilgamesh. Legendary creature, human samurai. Oh, okay, you auto-equip one of those. Sick.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's not to interrupt you here, because like part of me is like the Final Fantasy creatures that care about equipment. Okay, moving on. But you chose quite a plethora of hasty creatures to help trigger Agnes's treasure generation, but also would be like, yeah, this isn't that bad to like hold a knife or two.
We can get to them in the like next section of it has haste : 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I gotta make sure we get Gilgamesh in there because he's just like probably the best card in the deck. Free spells are good, more at 11, and Gilgamesh is the king of free equipment spells, basically. I looked at your list, though, Cole, and saw Raban, Bull of Alamigo, and thought, I should probably get that guy in here. He wants to be swinging and can help me cheat equipment costs, which is important in the winning the game factor.
Yeah.
You gotta fucking cheat.
Yeah, I'll go over that like when we get back to me, but like you were doing the, hey, can the proof of concept, like, does the proof of concept has legs? And then I went to the cards on my desk armory and put together my take on the concept here.
Yeah, we're both air quotes building from cards on our desk. It's just that my cards on my desk are my MTGO library and yours are physically on your desk.
Yep, you're paying for the crypto JPEGs and I'm liquid. But yeah, so what else do we got as part of your suite here?
My other big boys, I got fucking Raph and Mikey, Troublemakers. These guys are not appropriate, frankly. 7 mana, 7/7, trample, haste. Whenever they attack, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that onto the battlefield tapped and attacking, and the rest on the bottom of your library.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked. Yep.
Yeah.
Could be anything.
The best hit, obviously, is Gilgamesh if I do that, but I'm not fucking disappointed if I rip the Enduring Courage, which I did once, or I think I only got one attack trigger off before the game ended with them. But yeah, if you only get one attack trigger, that's still fucking fine. This thing to do if you put
this is one of those cards that I've been like, hey Andy, so we can suspend our disbelief that there's these pizza hurling turtles on our table, right? Because
like, have we?
And he's like, for this card.
He's like,
this
no,
card is fucked.
No, you are not allowed. And you're like, fine, but like, if we could, though, it'd be really cool, though, right? Right?
Yeah, I've seen a deck online that's just like every extra combat creature and Raph and Mikey Troublemakers, and you go to combat and then it's fucking infinite war from there, baby.
Yeah, that's pretty gross. Yeah.
Some other big boys. Shout out to Steven Ox mentioned. I've got Summon Kujata in here because this guy just fucking.
Speaking of other cards that fuck, like
yes.
So hey, let's lightning bolt 2 things and then have a hasty trample Ox that checks notes. Probably maybe can hold a sword. Maybe.
Yeah, trample and haste are incredible keywords for knife wielding, and get their ass to the fucking armory, dude. We're doing it.
Yeah, holy. Although not legendary to point out, but pretty good.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. I'm not particularly fussed about whether or not they're legendary. We just suit them on up and get them in there. Another big boy that I've got in here is the Kogla and Yadaro. I put that in here because I needed a removal spell, and you can blow up artifacts and enchantments with them, but it also can fight a creature you don't control when it enters, or it can get trample and haste until end of turn, which is, like we talked about, really good for holding knives. And then another big boy is a Shakao, Predation's Shadow.
Which this one
I don't know
is.
what this is in the real
it's
world.
Rhino Barreling Brute from the Spider-Man set.
Sounds good. It's got Vigilance, Trample, and Haste, and whenever Shakao attacks, if you've cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater this turn, draw a card. Look at my big boys. I'm casting a spell mana value 4 or greater, so we're getting their ass to the armory. I'm turning everybody sideways, and this one in particular is it's gonna do some work hitting people, so I'm into that. Some other guys that we included just on the basis of they say haste. Hearthborn Battler. Whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, it deals 2 damage to target opponent. I like a little hate bear type beat, and this guy is that. It's not doing like a whole bunch of damage, but I am gently chipping away at life totals with that, which is important. Every inch counts. I also put a Maelstrom Artisan in here because I drafted this guy in Secrets of Strixhaven Limited, and it says destroy target non-basic land in addition to having haste and being a 3/2. So I'm just like, these stats are fine, and I can blow up your fuck-ass Cabal coffers or whatever and get that shit out of there.
Oh, do you have... let's just get rid of
Do
that.
you have a Glacial Chasm?
Oh, fuck off. Yeah, no. Oh, we're getting rid of that, like, ASAP. I am paying 5 mana. We're fucking getting rid of that, and I'm stabbing you to death. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Who else is in here just because they have haste? The Colstoke Gearhulk, actually. Doesn't itself have haste.
What a cool card.
Yeah, when it enters the battlefield, you grab a target creature card from a graveyard with mana value 4 or less and put it onto your control with a finality counter on it, and then you give it Menace, Death Touch, and Haste. So this one doesn't, but something from someone's graveyard will, be it mine or somebody else's. So if I've forced you to chump block with something by swinging at you with a fuck huge Gilgamesh, and then I play the Colstoke Gearhulk, and then I'm grabbing that creature.
Pretty good.
Another
Also,
smack with
Yeah,
your
it feels
commander
great.
too, right? if you need
Yeah,
to just
absolutely.
Actually, yeah,
reward your-
worst case scenario, you're like, well, I didn't want to, but I have to. Colstoke, August back in play.
Yeah, if Agnes gets removed, I can sort of cheat one instance of commander tax by just dragging her back with the Colstoke Gearhulk.
Yeah.
I've got the Sword of Blink and Ramp in the 99 here too, so I can use that to cheat the finality
The-
counter
yeah.
by just blinking the thing instead.
Resetter, yeah.
And then the puppy, Enduring Courage, we love that guy. Gives everybody the +2/+0 and haste until end of turn. And it comes with a 1-up mushroom in its pocket, so if it eats a Doomblade or whatever, then it's coming back as an enchantment. Big into that. Okay, so those are my knife wielders, and then I just have cards that I wanted to play. Agnes prints out a bunch of treasures, so playing the Artifact Impact Tremors type beats makes sense.
Yeah.
We've got 2 of those in the form of the Wefstalker Ardent and then the actual factual Reckless Fireweaver. I have only seen 1 of these in place so far, but we put out enough treasures that it was like a lightning bolt whenever I attacked, and we'll take that. That's fine.
That's pretty good each combat, yeah.
I put Madame Null, Power Broker, in here. We have equipment as our force multiplier, but she's also just like, I gotta run these numbers up, and she'll help me do that, and I can pay life to make those numbers go up. We'll take it. She's also got Death Touch, which is important because I intend to tap out every turn, and if she's just like standing there with Death Touch blocking for me, that's like a pretty solid deterrent. If you want to swing here, it's gonna cost you. And then some other stuff that we put in, Planeswalkers. I got Professor Delian Fell.
Yeah,
I drafted this guy.
This
and-
fucking weirdo. This fucking guy.
Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo. I drafted him in a Secrets of Strixhaven draft and never got to resolve the guy, so I hadn't seen what it did in context. So the only way to do that is to put him in another deck, and you just gotta like play the card. But just like reading the rules text, he's a removal spell that can also be a Phyrexian Arena, and we'll take all of that.
And also, -1 attacker coming into your face because people smell blood in the water when you play Planeswalker.
True
Oh
story.
yeah, that's true. You in particular start seeing red anytime there's something with loyalty counters on the battlefield, so I'm just like, I'll gain 5 life by putting this somewhere else.
The other day, I'll talk about it with a different deck later, but I was like, as I am contractually obligated to do, I had to take out 2 Planeswalkers, and people were like, are you sure about that? I'm like, you don't understand. I can't let this go. I have to have it. I have to get rid of them. They have to go.
Yeah, he just emotionally cannot abide it, and so I will take advantage of that. And then battles. Cole doesn't respect them, but I do. I play Invasion of Innistrad because it's a kill spell that can kill indestructible creatures and is also graveyard hate on the backside. All of that makes me feel like a very responsible gamer when I do that, so I do it.
I have a copy of Invasion of Innistrad, okay? Do not at me on this. I got it.
You don't fucking respect battles. I put these in here and one time, and then you were like, "What are these in here for?" And I'm like, "Did you fucking read the cards?"
No,
and you're like,
I didn't.
I don't respect battles.
As with the march of time, my opinions can change, and these two were pretty good battles, all things considering.
Right. I also have Invasion of Kaldheim in here because it does the self-wheel thing. You exile all of the cards from your hand and draw that many cards, and then you can play the cards that you exiled this way until the end of your next turn. And then the back half, if you get there, is a Seismic Assault, basically. You discard a land card, 2 damage to any target. And then whenever you discard a land card, you exile the top card of your library and can play it this turn. There's a lot of card on that card.
It's pretty good, and we know people are big fans of Seismic Ass.
Yeah, big fans of Seismic Ass around here. Gameplay experiences. So game 1, I cooked. I got the knives out. We got them on Agnes. We made treasures. But then turn 6, the fucking Turtles precon with some upgrades had lethal. They played their Raphael, the damage doubler, and then we died.
Yeah, I think
that's on me for not casting a single fucking removal spell.
I think you commented on that because you're like, okay, lesson learned, packing Soul Shatter and like God knows what else to like deal with.
Yeah, I was like, I need to cut 5 bullshit knives and play 2 Wraths and 3 big edicts. And so we did that, and then we went in after that to game 2 after adding the edicts and wraths, and they fucking mattered. I cast a Soul Shatter that got rid of a what is his name? The Villa's Broker of Blood from the Arden Reanimator deck. And then there was a Ketramos over in the corner being annoying that also got removed by the Soul Shatter. And then there was a Hamza Guardian of Irration who was the other player at the table. And they lost some things in that. And then just like the turn after that, there was enough creatures on board that I'm like, yeah, we're just going to attack and then cast this damnation. And they were like, that was needed? And to that, I'm like, yeah, it was. And they were like, I'm so not interested. And I'm like, okay, 4 mana to destroy target player. That seems pretty powerful. We'll take it.
Oh, you're going to scoop after that? Well, my job here, job here is done.
And I'm just like, brother, you have Hamza, and you have 3 guys with +1/+1 counters on the battlefield, and you have a hand full of shit that I don't know about. Affinity is scary. I'm wrathing.
The only thing, I don't know why this brought up the thought, but the only thing I can remember, Kyle, was when you and Andy were talking about the guy who wanted Erebos banned. I'm like, please be so for real right now. Like, are you kidding me? Be reasonable. But they're like, no. But we should probably ban it though, right? You're like, I need you to touch grass. I need you to think
promptly fuck off.
That is the appropriate reaction to that. It's like, did you really need a board wipe? Yes. Moving on. Anyway, so.
Yeah, I did need to do that because, like, Affinity is extremely strong.
Oh, it's
and
very
I don't
strong.
know what you have in your hand, and your Hamza says fucking Affinity. Go to bed.
Yeah. I'll go over that later when we get to my version of Agnes here. But
we didn't end up winning that game, but the end of it was fucking sick. The Arden deck ended up playing a Doomsday Excruciator and exiling everything but the last 6 cards in everyone's library. And I'm just looking at my fucking Mask of Memory on my board, and I'm like, well, this fucking sucks now.
I forgot about that card from Duskworn. That thing is pretty fucked up.
Yeah, it's fucked. They ended up playing a Gray Merchant after that, so they just like basically took an extra turn, and that was the thing that bought them enough time to.
Let's hit everyone for at least 8 life loss, and then I also gained ×3 that amount. Like, yeah, that's pretty fucked.
Well, Hamza had scooped by then, so it was only 2.
So sure, still pretty disproportional.
Some extra time.
Yeah. definitely an extra turn's worth of time. They ended up killing Ketramos, and then I was just like, all right, well, you have time walked me enough that I cannot defeat you here. So GG's. But I've got commander damage, so I don't have the players can't gain life technology. That's on me. Maybe I should still be on that. We'll get that Erebos in here.
Yeah.
And then the third game that we played, fucking everything went according to Keikaku.
Keikaku means plan.
Keikaku means plan. Gilgamesh, like we talked about, the best fucking card in the deck. Holy shit. If you see a Gilgamesh, you can't let me have the Gilgamesh. I've constructed this, so I'm getting at least one free knife.
Dead right away.
Yeah, so I'm just like putting the Buster Sword into play. I'm putting the Excalibur Sword of Eden into play. And then Gilgamesh didn't have trample, so I'm just like, I'm demanding a chump block. Give me that creature. And they have to do it, because otherwise they fucking die.
Yeah, Yep. But what happened, though?
So yeah, we were serving Redacted. It felt very good. Unfortunately, we were unable to stop the Planeswalker plus Teferi's Talent plus another card advantage Planeswalker. Teferi's Talent gives the guy that you enchanted with a minus, I think, 12 that lets you activate your Planeswalkers at flash speed.
Oh, so I hate that. I hate that.
Yes, it sucks. So they got to ultimate that because you also put loyalty counters on the Planeswalker every time you draw a card. I should be playing that in Kefka Chandras, frankly. If I can enchant a Chandra and then attack with Kefka, that's 3 free loyalty counters. We can very easily get to ultimate territory on that. But anyway, they got to ult their Planeswalkers, and then once you are in that situation, you lose the game. You can't get out from under Super Friends deck that can activate 4 times per turn cycle. They did have the decisive closers besides the morale victory, though. They were able to ultimate another Planeswalker and get the, I think, a free spell from each of our libraries. And they got to do that twice because they had the repeated reverberation. So they cast, I think, 8 free spells there.
Off.
And they got a damage tripler from one person. They got all will be one from their deck. And I had 2 Planeswalkers, the either Spark and Delian fell. So this was Lenny, actually. He was on Commodore Guff. So he reaches into my mind, grabs my Planeswalkers out,
sorry,
and
hold on.
This
was Lenny? Fuck off, dude.
Yeah.
Why is it that every time I play with Lenny or hear Lenny play about Lenny's playing, it's always some gratuitous jerk off?
Because, well, you see, Lenny is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
He really
but
is, though. That
man is a fucking savage when it comes to this game. And you know what? Okay, Lenny, I know you're listening to this at work or at home, and maybe Steven is in hearing distance, maybe. You can't keep hiding behind your husband's decks because I know you're involved, so you can fuck off. But also, I love you, but also fuck off.
Yeah, he's an accomplished deck builder, and and also very good at playing the game. So you got to respect that. And we did try and answer him where we could, but unfortunately, homeboy he got there. And the all will be one plus the damage tripler from somebody else's deck plus the Planeswalkers and the Planeswalkers. He was just able to I'm putting this guy on the battlefield. It is triggering all will be one. I am lasering you for 15. I'm lasering you for a big number, and I'm lasering you for lethal. GG's. And yeah, we were able to pick it up there. He got it.
I need Lenny to be a few drinks deep before I'll play.
I need the advantage, but I can't do anything. But I need him to be in an altered mind.
I just don't know how meaningful of an impairment that is if that is one's default operating state when playing Magic the Gathering.
You know what, Kyle? You say that. So our buddy Fitz, Mr. Fitzy Fitz, he every once in a blue moon he'll play CEDH, he'll go on stream or whatever. But I remember a couple years ago, he's like, so yeah, I guessed it on stream to play CADH. I was stone cold sober, and I just fucking crushed everyone. And I'm like, oh shit.
That's the way to do it.
You're telling me you being stoned holds you back that much? We are fucked. It's so funny. Now that being said, I'm curious about how harder Quinn could play not stoned. But I don't know how. I know you've been saying that you haven't been smoking as much lately, but it does make one curious.
I just don't think that it's a meaningful difference in my case.
Oh shit! Oh no. The blood feud continues on regardless of the state of mind. That is all things considering with what you did to build this deck though. That still sounds like a fucking fun time. Especially when you get Gilgamesh out. That's my hopes and dreams here.
Yeah, I'm really glad that I decided to include the edicts that we did, because I think each of these are capable of hitting a planeswalker, and we did cast a Flare of Malice that made Lenny sacrifice a planeswalker, and we had the Fleshbag Shelly who also can make them sacrifice a planeswalker, but we just didn't have enough time, and we needed to not have that Teferi's talent, but bro played that and then was able to get the ult the same turn, and there's just like not a window if you're moving not at instant speed.
Yeah.
So we got our asses.
Oh, bummer. Yeah, that's lesson learned, but also Soul Shatter continues to just be one of the best like 3-for-1 freaking cards ever printed.
Yeah, Soul Shatter Stonk's going way up. That card is incredible. If you're a black mage, sleeve that up.
Let me quickly go over my version of Agnes. It ties into the Maria deck I want to talk about after this at some point, but I was like, okay, deck count going up. I think we hit 33 recently with like
Wow.
The Silver Quill. Well, okay.
Those
Kyle,
monks robes are
I
looking
wasn't
farther and
like
farther
I
away.
nearly hit 55 decks at one point, and then that was a couple years ago.
Sounds like
I was
somebody needs a Ragnarok.
I'm not strong enough. But I was like, okay, we need to get back at or below 30. And so what I had to do was like, okay, Quinn's been about swords for a while now, and you guys had that Artifact Omnibus episode. I was like,
You know what's actually so funny is I didn't realize I was completely like sword pilled until you had all asked me to do that equipment thing, and I'm like, huh. I guess I do really
Well,
like equipment.
we
And
also-
then I go and look at my decks,
We also-
decks and I'm like, Voltron. Oh fuck.
we also realized that you are Joey Wheeler as like a character and player archetype. So we were like,
This is true.
this is true. So we learned a lot in the last couple of years. But I was like, okay, so Quinn's doing the thing and we're doing the podcast about the Hero's Blade. So I got to get in on this. So I've been doing a few different equipment decks, but I'm like, okay, let's do equipment decks that are not white, because white's slice of the color pie is very heavy in snap-on equipment or ways to just like shortcut or whatever, right? So I had a Rakdos deck. I had an Imskir Iron Eater equipment deck that I took apart today, and then I had the Maria Scholar of Antiquities equipment deck, and then I was like, okay, time to cut that apart. And I had a third equipment unrelated Mr. Orfeo the Boulder that was a Ball Lightning Typal deck.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love that card, and it was such a fun strategy, and it killed me. I was like, I work from home. Oh god, if this reaches work, I'm boned. But we had a half-hour meeting, and I was like, I got enough time to like de-sleeve while they ramble on about stuff that doesn't matter. And let me tell you, that meeting was absolute nonsense. We were like, yep, those
Could have been an email.
those sure were words that were said. But you know, I'll take that half hour to de-sleeve 3 decks, tear my heart out of my chest, and be like, wow, this fucking sucks. And also finally get going on this stupid freaking Agnes equipment deck idea. So, you know, I fixed up the mana basis approximately as good as I got from here, which, you know, I got some shock lens and some check lens and a few other things that could be tutored via a few other spells here. But I'm like, okay, what are the lessons that I've learned from these decks in the last little bit? One of them is Empress Quinn hates it when people steal fair swords. So we're keeping
They're my knives.
we're keeping Euthy Materia Hunter. We're keeping Magnetic Theft. Shagrat Loot Bearer can stake other people's equipment. Same thing with like fucking I just read it. Volshock Battlemaster and
Oh yeah.
Armory Automaton, which like is no longer in the deck, but those were the lessons that I learned of like, okay, let's take the Rakdos part and let's take the Gruul part of like what were the best things of these and how do we shortcut like equip costs, or how do we generate ludicrous amounts of mana to pay for the equip costs so I don't have to worry about like Snap-on or anything. And let me tell you, even though 3-color gives you the most opportunity to play whatever the hell cards you want in the 99, when you're trying to work off 3 different decks to try and coalesce them into one, it is so hard to be like, what's the best, like, 1, what do I want under the deck? And 2, am I really, like, wanting to just put best in slot for the thing? And then you get to my version of Ognis the Dragon's Lash of, like, okay, I love Neon Dynasty equipment creatures. I love Blade of the Oni. I love Lizard Blades. I love Komainu Battle Armor. Let's just take like the proverbial best ones from the set, and you look at some of these and you're like, fucking Leech Gauntlet, please be for real about this.
Bro, lifelink is extra turns. You were not like wilding by putting this in your deck. You were correct.
And then you read the text of, hey, creatures with haste attack create a trap treasure token. So obviously like Furion goes in. But then you're like, hey, I got a Samut Vizier of Noctimun in here. And a handful of like other things. And I'm like, okay, but also from the ashes, Maria's got to go in, Imskir's got to go in, we got to put in Gilgamesh, we got to put in random Warhammer 40k card, a Attilan Jackal that also ramps you.
This card is so fucked up, actually. Trample Haste, very good keywords, holds a knife like a champion, but combat damage, rampant growth will spiral out of control to the degree that you are not prepared.
I'm rampant growthing and creating a tap treasure token if I have Ognis out. So like, fuck.
That's an explosive veggies if you squint.
if you squint. And then I'm like, okay, speaking of veggies, when I first put the deck list version out, and I shared it with Andy, and I'm like, and then I put the deck together, and I put it away in the box, and I have it listed on Moxfield, and I looked at the list, and I was like, my card draw is actually a little bit shitty, and amongst other things of like, man, my removal is like actually kind of like okay, but like this is the 1.0 version. I need to like sit down and test it out. But I would took the stuff that were part of the other 2 decks and put it in here, including some stuff that like people just don't like really have a high opinion on, or like even for myself, I was like, the Iron Crag as like an initial mana rock before becoming like an equipment. And part of me was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I can get behind it. But then later you're like, a lot of the things in this deck actually end up trivializing that equip 3. And at some point, like, you probably have enough mana via the treasure generation that you don't care that it's like a mana rock anymore. Meteoric Mace has been one of those cards where you're like, is the Cascade worth the 6 mana and the equip 4?
Actually, yes.
But then when someone's coming in at you with +4/+0 and trample plus God knows whatever else is like, what are the keywords in that creature among other things? It's like, actually, this is pretty good. And this is just the combination of all the things that I learned from like the journey of doing equipment outside of like white red necessarily, and being like, what does red do, and then what are the other 2 colors like offer? And it turns out a non-zero amount of just bonuses and pluses here. Like, I need people off my ass, Carter Doomscourge. I want a random 5/5 with Menace, Blade of the Oni. I want early treasure generation at the expense of my life. Forsworn Paladin. Oh wait, that thing has Menace. That thing loves holding swords, and people have to sit there and sweat and be like, am I going to block it this turn? I don't know.
It's pretty fucking good. And you can use the treasure for its activated ability to give the guys the buff. Because you're spending treasure, you get the death touch.
So there, it all kind of eventually intersects here. I have a few other things that like feel like no-brainers. Silk Guard was added in. I finally like got a copy of it, and I'm like,
yeah, that card bangs.
Rush Rebirth was one of those cards that have been in other decks, and I finally am like, okay, Rush Rebirth. If my opponents block with a big creature out of desperation, I can cast Rush Rebirth before they die to get something back from my graveyard or search my library to put on the battlefield. So, hey, you got a 5-drop? I can put a 4-drop for my deck into the battlefield. I just need your stuff to die instead. So yeah, it's a little bit blinged out. There's some weird things where I need stuff to do be the 2-for-1 for like a very equipment / artifact heavy deck. Phantom Blade, Demonic Junker, Dracnin, being like the removal part of like the removal suite. I need to lop heads off of Vorpal Sword. Mage Slayer is also basically doing that. Once you start throwing like, I don't know, 20 power at someone's face, you're like, take 20 before blocks, and then they're like, I explode on the spot. It's over. Yeah, we'll have to see how it works out when I go to church tomorrow and at the time of this recording, but I got some high hopes for it. I think
I love that we're both on Dragonwing Glider. I think that card is getting slept on, but Flying in Haste is pretty fucking solid.
Do not let the Equip 5 fool you. You can literally just slap that on something else via like Blacksmith's Talent or something, and people are going to be like, you could just
also like, I got money. Agnes is bankrolling this
that's
whole
the other
thing.
thing,
It's
too.
fine.
You're gonna get some fucking mana.
Andy has, he reaches out to us and he's like, guys, you really do need like card advantage and or ramp in the command zone. And part of me is like, I feel like I'm fucking cheating. And the other part of me is like, well, they enter tap, so like it's okay. And also I'm playing Agnes and I'm playing equipment.
You are fucking cheating, but it doesn't matter because everybody else is cheating too.
It's true. So yeah, I like what we both done, and I'm interested to see where we both go with this idea, if it bears fruit
this shit is sweet.
or just crashes and burns immediately. And we're like, yeah, it's time to tear this apart. You know what? I had fun for like one game, and it's time to take this apart.
I love your inclusion of Duretti Rocketeer Engineer here as well. Usually you see this guy in like a more typical welder decks, but if somebody blows up your big knife, you can just weld it back with Duretti, and that rules.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's been a great addition to a lot of these decks. Kyle, what do you think about what we've been cooking up over here?
I mean, this is really interesting. You know, what's funny is I was kind of tuned out of New Capenna when it was happening. So like this kind of like tour back to some of these legends is really fun. I mean, there's some that I've definitely spent some time looking at, but Agnes is one that I had not really spent time looking at. I love that both of you are like committed to the knives thing of like, hey, there's room, you know, like, because I think it's a fairly straightforward ask with creatures that have haste, right? And there's plenty of knives that'll help with giving haste. So, yeah, I'm digging the takes that both of you have here with what you're doing. I will say, Cole, it's an interesting thing when you're building decks out of kind of the leavings of other decks. I have, so my like Mardu slug deck, I would say is like that. So when our group was taking apart our rosters, was this the Kunaros and Kroxa yeah, so it's
deck?
Kroxa and Kunaros, where I'm not building around the combo that's available. It's literally, I just wanted 3 colors.
Yep.
And I wanted those keywords in the zone, specifically a lifelink.
Good ass keywords.
Yeah, so like Menace, Vigilance, lifelink is pretty fucking solid to have available at any time. And it started like I had a bunch of like pet things in the deck. Like I had my kind of discard thing, but then I had my goad Karazakar, go draw cards because I'm making you discard type stuff. And then I had a shrine sub theme and some other like burn type stuff. And it was interesting because I think when you're in 3 colors and you're trying to put together the leavings of a few different decks, it's a really good like tweaking exercise. Like I imagine you're going to have fun tweaking this deck as you play it and kind of figure out where you want it to be.
Absolutely. Bro's got like 5 different piles on his desk of like, these can also go in here, and we just have to play test and see what works and what doesn't, so we can swap cards in and out.
Yeah.
I am a religious tuner of a deck to be like, okay, I got the rep in. What did we learn? Well, it turns out I either misread a card completely or the card did not pull the weight that I thought it would in my head. And then I'm like, okay, swap this out, swap this in, and we will continue to learn until we either reach a unsatisfying or satisfying conclusion, and then we move on from there. Kyle, what have you been working on lately?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in a little bit of a different year for myself in terms of how I've been managing my what I tinker with.
Mhm.
Anybody who's listening to the Legendary Creature podcast, you may know that Andy and I kind of talked about some things we want to do this year. One of my things is I really liked where my roster got last year after we totally took apart our rosters and built anew, which has me right around 9 or 10 decks at the moment, and just focusing
A humble amount.
yeah. I mean, I was probably around 25 when we took everything apart. So, yeah, and I've just really liked how it feels being in that range where I can really scrutinize if I actually like having a deck on my roster or not, and then tinker with them to get them where I can answer that question. And then the other thing I've been doing is just like every set picking out, 2 to 4 legends and just brewing something, not necessarily with the intent to build, but just
Mhm.
so I can kind of see what happens, see what
Like
comes
let's
up.
let's do the theory craft and see what
Yeah.
comes of it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. So like with that one, anyways, I haven't been building a lot new this year, but I did finally build Hope S Time, because I've been talking about it and obsessing about it forever.
What a sick,
Hell yeah.
what a sick Magic the Gathering card this guy is.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
man.
anybody that's not familiar with it, it's basically build your life gain deck around gaining life on your own turn, and then all your opponents mill equal to your life gain at the end of your turn. I had brewed a bunch of different versions of a deck around this legend, where it was like lifelink creatures, another one that was kind of just like hybrid. There's life gain, but also I've got a bunch of other mill tools in the deck. I will say, if you're doing that, it's pretty easily slips into bracket 4 when you do that just accidentally.
And now you will not be able to do anything, and I win the game, and everyone's like, oh good, I love playing Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, so it's kind of an interesting thing. What I landed on actually sleeving up was just a straight up like Soul Sisters white weenie deck for Hope S Time. And so, like there's a huge package of all the Soul Sisters that you can think of, like the classics of the Soul Warden and all that, but then just like anything else you can get your hands on. There's some new fun tech around these, like Halia Guided by Light, where you're kind of getting
What
some
a neat little card she is.
Yeah, right. You can get some draw going on with it. The warp thing can be an interesting thing to play around with. Also sees artifacts.
Yeah.
So there's that too. And then, there's a bunch of like they're not all as open-ended as like the Soul Attendant and the Soul Warden. A lot of them are creatures you own, or there's like ones that want to see tokens. But it all kind of works because you want to do stuff on your turn and anyways with what Hope is looking for. And then my approach to it that I sleeved up was a bunch of cards a la like Adeline Resplendent Cathar that are just going to continue to trickle out tokens on
Hell yeah.
my turn. And so that these Soul Sisters are seeing like, okay, I've got 3 opponents and there's 3 new tokens and let's do that. Or like even some kind of like techie things like the Battle Angels of Tyr, so that we're getting these myriad tokens that come in. And we're getting some treasures. We're getting some card draw. Probably not life gain.
Probably
because
not the life.
Gaining a lot of life. But
you know what? 2 out of 3 is still pretty good on that card.
Honestly, in my assessment, it is like you don't need all 3. Like even one that's not quite as good as the others, like Hero of Bladehold is here. I like the Jacked Rabbit, so that when it attacks creature, create a number of 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens equal to the Jacked Rabbit's power. But it's an X spell, so you can have it come in ravenous with counters on it, so you can beef it up, right? So that one's pretty good. Like Miral Shield of Argive starts to kind of become this growing
Speaking
problem.
of another nutty card of like one, God, why didn't I get in on the jump on that card when it came out.
Yeah,
also,
right.
Brothers War is
if there's
sick.
a talking stick creature, you gotta just buy those if you think that you're gonna want one at any point, because eventually they'll get probably up there in price.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
That was one that I like bought in the moment. I'm like, ooh, that one hit the pocketbook. Like,
yeah. But now you got one. You got
but
one.
now I have one, and it will be used throughout the remainder of time for sure. So, but where it's counting the number of soldiers you have and then giving you more soldier tokens, it's pretty fucking solid. So I have got this sleeved up. I've had the chance to play it a few times. The first, one of the things that I wasn't sure as I was playing it was how many Soul Sisters do I want to expose to the battlefield at a time?
To expose to the wild. I'm like imagining this of like. There was what was it? Was it a tweet or something where someone was like, "You are a 1/1 token. Like you are nameless, you are faceless. People come and go, and you have this startling realization that like you are not long for this world."
It's true.
Just, like world-ending events
when
are.
that wrath of God comes, there will be no grave for you, my guy.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They are squishy. They are very squishy. So I was kind of unsure how many you want to have out at a time. Obviously, the math has to math, right? Like you've got to gain enough life to make people deck out. Like trying to make people deck out is a complicated way
You need
to try
to get
win.
ballpark 90 to 80 something cards times the number of players and have people mill them many times. You're like,
Well, fortunately, it does say each opponent mills X cards, where X is the amount you gain. So it does scale with your opponents. You don't have to target, but still, it's a lot of fucking life gain that you got to do. And so my first game out, I played conservatively, didn't really get anything anywhere near decking people. Second game, for some reason, I just kind of like got mana screwed and just didn't get myself rolling. But third game around it, the deck did show its teeth. I did just put the Soul Sisters out. They did eat it. But here's the funny thing is that the Ariok champion turns out protection from black and red.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. This is one of those cards, like this and the fucking Sanctifier and Vec, I think.
Yeah,
has
yeah.
protection from black and from red. And just like that shit is so brutal against me specifically.
It's
Yep.
clutch.
Johnny Mardu quivers in fear of whatever the fuck is going on with these guys.
Yeah, your local Grixis mean girl simply cannot interact with it.
Yeah, it was it came in clutch. Andy was playing his mono white like Erebos or mono black Erebos 2.0 deck, and he kept wanting to drain the Ariok champion, and it's
But
like,
he cannot.
Protection from black.
pro black,
What
bro,
are you gonna
can't
do?
do that.
Uh,
And it just so happened that like most of the board wipes that happened during that game were red.
we're damage based.
Yeah, so you're like, okay,
Yeah,
I'll just
red
sweep her
damage
it away.
base,
It's fine.
so-
We'll 3 damage it. Wait, fuck. Protection from red. Damn it.
Yeah, so that sucker just stuck around the whole game. Like my commander tax was like 6 by the end of the game.
Oh, fuck,
But-
dude.
But like,
it didn't
the
matter.
Ariok champion just kept sticking around, and and I was able to dig enough into the deck, get some other Soul Sisters into play. It was one of those just win type things. Andy definitely got control of the game, but my life total
Well-
was so high.
We know what he's about lately. That man is such an open book with what he's been up to. I'm like, Andy, stop reading from the book of Is It Dragons? And he's like, no, Cole, you don't understand. I'm like, all right, well, don't come crying to me when someone figures out your bullshit and fucking keeps you in check. And he goes back, he's like, so I came back from church. You wouldn't believe what happened. that
It's funny
fucking
stuff.
Ariok champion, dude.
It was just enough. So he was one turn away from being able to get me out of the game. Like he got me low enough, but there were no cards left in his library for that turn that he needed to start to win the game.
Oh, shit.
So-
Got him.
Got him right then. So it was just enough. It was literally one card. Like just
That's
enough to get
wild.
him
I
there.
know
So,
that felt
so
good.
got
I'm
him
giving
there.
her all
And
she's
he's taken
got,
out the other
Captain.
two players. So it worked out nicely. I will say, after Andy did this Spellslinger series, I do think that there's a world where this deck moves towards kind of doing more of a token slinger thing
Yeah,
into like the Soul Sister type stuff, because those cards like White Sun's Twilight,
yeah.
that can be a
I
board
really
wipe,
like that one.
but if you keep it under the X under 5, you can just put in the tokens. I've also got Martial Coup in here that does pretty much the same
Pretty
thing.
much the same thing, yeah.
Those cards actually ended up being kind of like my big waves, because I think I had a turn where I had like 4 Soul Sisters in play and dropped one of those spells with an X's 4. And, those are some big pushes that you can get on that mill with that. So anyways.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then, like any life gain deck, Archangel of Thune's always a banger, because now everybody's getting counters for all this shit you're doing. So
Well,
Yeah, if the mill isn't working out, you can always just beat them to fucking death.
right.
well, and that's the thing, right? Like right now, I found that a card. I talked about this like an episode or two ago, and our friend Light like freaking literally screamed into my ear, where I was like, I need this card to do more than just the one thing. And that's where cards like White Sun's Twilight and Martial Coup and all those other things of like, all right, it uniquely intersects for the exact thing that I need for this deck. And then you're like, and now I will exploit it in a way where everyone's like, oh shit, like these 4 or 5 1/1s are suddenly really fuck off big and we're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. It's some fun shit. So anyways, there's a place for this deck to go. It kind of works as I have it currently constructed, but I think like if you look at my deck list, I'll start kind of tagging things that I want to swap in and out, and you can see the like.
I mean, maybe
Spellslinger
board
stuff is having an influence on me.
Yeah, well, and that's the other thing too. Like when you guys are exploring concepts in this kind of the same way Quinn's like knives, and I'm like, damn, you might be right. Let's talk about knives for a bit. Of like having that package on the side of your computer table or wherever you keep your cards, of like, let's give this a shot and see where it goes, because the journey of like exploring that archetype or that concept is like probably obviously one of the exciting parts of like putting a deck together, of like, okay, proof of concept, does it work? Yes. What is next? And I'm looking at your sideboard in particular right now of like, hey, I see that Heliod Sun Crown. That's one way to go. Like, let's go the commander damage route. Let's go the make my Ariok champion a true champion. And not a coward of getting it turning sideways. Oh, protection from red. You got a bunch of red creatures. Take, I don't know, 10, 20, God knows what. Heliod is not indiscriminate in that way. Yeah, it's just, God, you're like, oh, I only have 100 cards to work with. This sucks. We'll come back next game and like swap out like 5 or 10 cards and see if those changes bear fruit.
This is definitely one of those decks where there's a lot of tinkering to do, for sure.
Yeah.
I am looking upon your Sphinx's revelation and I am nodding in approval. This really does, like, if you rip that at the right moment, feel like basically an extra turn spell.
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
And that's the thing too. I know I'm like, oh, and that's the thing, because oh God, Magic is so complex and there's so many things. Like when Hope, maybe we'll talk about how you were asking the will of the council over on Legendary Creature about like, where does a legend intersect an unrelated concepts or like elevates like a pre-existing thing? And it's like Hope says mill per life gain. What?
Yeah.
And where does all this intersect? And you're like, I don't know. Sphinx's Rev draws me cards, which is something every deck needs to do, and it also gains me life. And then that means X equals you mill that many cards. And turns out Sphinx's Rev has legs when you got a commander that loves to be a witness to that.
Yeah, it's true. And it is an interesting thing. This is a space that I'm really curious about, like you said, those intersection of unrelated or seemingly unrelated things. you know, like I think you guys are pretty experienced at trying to do that. I tend to be like, I'm going to try and find my lane a little bit better. So
Well, yeah.
there's definitely some stuff for me to learn from you guys.
Well, and here's the thing too, right? Tying back to when we were talking about nostalgic media and the in-shitification of it all, are you the type of person that wants to actively listen to other people and try to see their points of view when it comes to playing this game? Or are you the type of person who's like, damn, this thing is really good when you don't have a bitch in your ear telling you how bad it is? And in this case,
that's me. I'm the second.
And that's you. Yeah, you're very much of, everyone's like, Empress Quinn, this card sucks. And you're like, I am about to go into the lab and not only prove how wrong you are, but also call you an idiot because you're how wrong you are. Because like, and again, I am the Bloodrick guy. I chose one of, if not some of the worst legends to put in the command zone as the bid, and then be like, hold on a second here. The internet is really stupid. This guy is actually fucking sick. And then everyone comes back to me, be like, I don't know how you did that with that deck. But it's cool. And I'm like, okay, cool. I have a shtick now. Let's go back into the lab and see what else I could cook with. Yeah, I'm interested in learning and hearing about it at some point later down the line when you figure out what the spell slinger angle is with Hope. Because I've been on the receiving end of this deck of someone in my church, and one, I'm like, damn, that fuck-ass, punk-ass 14-year-old kid from Final Fantasy 13 needs to be taught a lesson. But at the same time, I'm like, damn, this kid got some schmoves when you put all these types of cards in a deck. Also,
you really do be schmooving.
One last point. Ocelot Pride is really that fucked up Magic the Gathering
Oh, it's
card.
so good. And it's so good in this fucking deck. Like,
yeah.
Another one of those like splurge purchases where it's like, Jesus Christ, why is it so expensive? But
and then you're like, oh wait, hold on a second here. I can see why this is fucked up.
Yeah, like if any card has a home.
No. As I've been lording around people for months, including my friend who sold me Ocelot Pride for $20, I was like, this is the best $20 I've spent on a Magic the Gathering card in a very long time.
Legitimately.
Ugh, gross, disgusting. Any closing thoughts before we shift to other decks here?
No. I think that's what I got on this one.
Quinn, let's go over to you. Did we get another? Did we choose another?
We haven't done the second pick of my pick 2 draft.
I'm curious. Okay, Kyle, dealer's choice here. You got 3 decks of Quinns here at the list here. We got Ludovic and Sidar, Ultimecia, the uncommon Dimir printing, and Wernog and Hargild.
Ooh.
I'm curious maybe which one's got your attention more.
You know what? Like, I don't know why I'm such a sucker for those old school partners, but let's hear what's going on with Ludovic and Sidar.
All right.
Quinn, paste the doc that will scare the hose.
Okay. We're at this Control C and then Control V. Perfect. Ludovic Necroalchemist and Sidar Kondo of Chimera.
Oh shit! Okay. This title is fucking killing me already. Okay. Oh right. Okay. Yeah. All right. I see what you're cooking here now. All right.
Yeah, it's a 4-color seismic Aztec. So you and I both watched that episode of Time Waster 9000, and during that episode, they brought up this combo of Spellseeker plus Ephemerate, and then using the Spellseeker, once you've ephemerated it, to find the Scouting Trek and then Treasure Hunt. Scouting Track puts all of your basics on top of your library, and then Treasure Hunt has you reveal cards until you reveal a non-land, and then put everything you revealed into your hand. And they struggled to find a viable payoff for having all of your basics in your hand, and they theorized like Seismic Assault and some other like discard synergy and some other things like that. But I'm just like, Okay, hang on. You're kind of cooking, though.
All right. Well, lay it on us, I suppose, because like, hey,
So
I mean, look, Borborygmus Enraged. That's all I need to see, proof of concept. But then, Brawlin, Sky Shark Rider, and Captain Howler. Okay, we need to get the Time Wasters 9000 on the horn. Like, they got to see this shit.
this is a completely fucking harebrained scheme. This shit is absolute horses.
Which is like the place to do it in 4 colors,
Look,
right? Like,
but you know what?
fucking hit
Okay,
it.
Kyle, look, there is many reasons why I reached out to Quinn to be like, hey, Quinn, do you want to do a podcast? And Faye said, yeah, sure, I guess. Why the fuck not? And now I'm sitting here, I'm like, we're in fucking Arkham Asylum, and this is some fucking Jonkler fucking level of like that shit. And Quinn is the only person and the coolest enough person to like put the reps in to be like, hold on a second, I'm cooking. The stove is on fire, but I think I'm fucking cooking. And like this is it. This is the shit.
Yeah, the smoke detector will not shut the fuck up, but I am
we're
cooking.
evacuating the building as we speak. You need to go. Oh my god. Okay, go. What's up?
Okay, so the setup. You gotta have Spellseeker and Ephemerate. So the ways that we have to find that particular like start of our combo engine is I have Wizard Cyclers to tutor for Spellseeker. These cards are not good,
the Dalkin
but they do say
fucking
Wizard
Archmage.
Cycling.
The Dalkin
Yeah, the Dalkin
Mage.
Ether Mage and Step Through both have Wizard Cycling, so I can cycle that. I discard this card and then search my library for a wizard, reveal it, put it into my hand, and then shuffle. If I have already found Spellseeker, then the thing that I can also do is Wizard Cycle for some of the other cards that happen to have T:*Wizard. Archaeomancer is one of those. Riel of the Everwise is one of those. And all of those are going to help me, like, put this bullshit together into a W somehow, maybe. Once you've got your Spellseeker, you cast your Ephemerate on it. You do that at the end of somebody's turn, so you are showing them the least amount of information possible. You go find your scouting trek and your other piece, and then you've got the things that... Let me just actually, like, read those. Like, I know we said what they did, but... Where are we at? Sorceries. Okay. Yeah. Scouting Trek has you search your library for any number of basic land cards, reveal them, and then set them aside. Shuffle your library, then put those cards on top of it in any order. And then Treasure Hunt, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a non-land card. Put all cards revealed this way into your hand.
Holy shit.
So, I'm trying to put like 20-something cards into my hand. I have 6, 12, 18, 24, 25, 26 basic lands in the deck, it looks like.
You are the most responsible gamer.
That's amazing with a 4-color deck. Like,
Yeah.
God, when I'm doing 4, I'm like, shit, there's no room for basics.
The unfortunate, you see, here's the other part of the whole Empress Quinn equation is that if we're talking about Erebos, God of the Dead, and life gain prevention, there's a Sunspire link fucking around the corner waiting to get your ass for being too greedy. And this is we're playing,
Which
I
well
have
deserved.
such a deeply ingrained respect for Blood Moon.
Yep. There.
And
I forgot about the Blood Moon.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
thing.
I'm that bitch.
Yeah, no kidding. Just
I will make you answer a Blood Moon in bracket 3. Don't at me.
Quinn's like, Blood Moon, and then you're like, fuck, shit. Good thing I got a bunch of these treasures. Nope, that's gone too. All right, we're fucked.
So yeah, the other pieces that we need are the enchantments so that we can, like, we have to have a seismic assault or something to pay off having all these fucking basics in my hand, or something that like says whenever you discard. So I've got a pretty high density of enchantment tutors in the form of Enlightened Tutor, Sterling Grove, and Moonblessed Cleric. This game plan is fucked, so we decided to make sure that it was bracket 3 and spend our full game changer budget on it. I am playing the Enlightened Tutor like we talked about, but I also have Gifts Ungiven and then Fierce Guardianship because my commanders are pretty cheap and I can tell you not to touch my Seismic Assault with that.
Don't touch my ass, I
so
guess.
That sounds then like that's very euphemistic. Don't touch my seismic assault.
Good,
Yeah,
it's a
don't
good,
touch my ass.
It's a good thing you and Andy broke earlier this year, because don't touch my ass. That's it. Okay, all right, moving on. Okay, sorry, continue.
So yeah, these guys are going to help either put the enchantment on top of my library, or they're going to put it directly into my hand. We have other enchantment tutors. I think there's like the idyllic tutor. We have that one as well.
Moonblessed Cleric.
Oh, did I not put idyllic tutor in this? No, I
you did.
Okay, yeah.
It's there. It's just
that's the one. Okay, I just didn't put it on the list.
It's
here.
under
Okay.
different
I'm
art.
just like,
Oh yeah,
oh,
you're
fuck.
like reading the script, looks over at screen. Hold on a second here. Something is not connecting.
Where
No.
is-
Also, I have never seen that guest version of Idyllic Tutor. That's freaking really pretty.
Yeah, it's from Lorwyn's special guest sheet. Looks very good. Okay, so we've got our setup. We have all of our basics on top of our library, and then our basics plus one card into our hand. So I'm like 27 cards in hand or some shit. What are we doing with all of this? Well, the payoff here is Seismic Assault primarily, but we also have some other things that do basically the same thing. Instead of turning the lands into shocks, I can turn them into bears with Ayula's influence. I can also turn them into lightning bolts with Borborygmus Enraged. Like we talked about, there's the invasion of Kaldheim into Pyre of the World Tree, which is also a seismic assault. Then I have a lower quality seismic assault in the form of Molten Vortex. This one you have to pay a red mana to do the seismic assault thing with. It only costs 1 red mana to get onto the battlefield though, so there's like wins and hurdles with that.
I don't know. Look,
we take those trades.
When you look at random ass magic origin spells and you look at Molten Vortex and you're like, I'll play that. Why not?
Yeah, it's all right.
It does the job. It does what I need to do.
Stepping even further down in terms of seismic ass quality, Living Twister, you spend 1 and a red to discard a land and do the 2 damage to any target. This one can also put lands from your battlefield into your hand though, so you spend like 1 and a green and return a tapped land. No, spend a green,
God.
to put that back into your hand. It's not good, but it'll do.
Once upon a time, because I'm thinking about this deck and I'm thinking about Borborygmus and Fibblethip. And I'm like, Living Twister was part of that roster because of what that card as a commander like asked. And I'm like, you know what? We're in four colors, and Borborygmus Enraged is like such a Herculean fucking card in this thing. Sorry, how many 25 basics you said to the top of your library and then into your hand? Something like that?
I think it's like 26.
Yeah, that fucking kills people. It just fucking get
I think,
dunked on.
Seismic Assault and Borbor are probably the best versions of that, and then Ayula's influence is next in line because she's the like the bears have summoning sickness, so I can do that at the end of somebody's turn, yeet all of these, make a bunch of bears, and then I untap and try and kill you.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. Stepping down from that in terms of efficacy, we have the Cool But Rude, as well as Brawlin, Magmakin Artillerist, Glinthorn Buccaneer, and Monument to Endurance that are all going to be like, whenever you discard, you can deal ambient damage to the table. Monument only does this once per turn, so that's extremely fucking slow. But the rest of these are like, if I haven't found a seismic ass, I can probably just go to cleanup and kill you, and maybe that's good enough. And then stepping even further down a step in efficacy, we're looking at more like Seismic Assault control if I'm playing the All-Seeing Arbiter, who, whenever you discard a card, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-0 until your next turn, where X is the number of different mana values among cards in your graveyard. If I'm going to clean up and discarding all of those basics that I found, then I just nerf everybody's creatures until my next turn, and they
until
hurt
eternity,
me.
Do not
and
pass
hopefully
go.
we found some other payoff to stack on top of that. Somebody like Captain Howler, who can turn my discards into +2/+0 until end of
That card
turn,
is-
and whenever they deal combat damage, they draw a card.
Speaking of Aether Drift, what a fucking card.
Truly a busted Magic the Gathering card. If you're putting this guy in the command zone, I am assuming that deck is bracket 3 minimum.
I can't refute that.
We also have, Ivora, Scrounging Skyray, and Marauding Mako are all the kind of like, whenever you discard, you're turning that into a +1/+1 counter on this particular creature, which like 25 +1/+1 counters on one guy is going to get there, especially if Ivora, she's got Trample and the Scrounging Skyray has the flying. So they've got evasion. I can get in there like that. We also have a Surly Badgersaur who, when I discard a card, a land card in particular, can make a treasure token, which can feed into my Molten Vortex and make that one a little bit less bad.
I often feel like clown shoes whenever I see Surly Badgersaur, and part of me does the whole Magic the Gathering player thing of like, I wish this was 1 less mana. I wish it had more power and toughness, but I'm like, you read those 3 lines. Also, it's a fucking badger dinosaur. Like, fuck off. Like, everything about this card is awesome. And then I like never fully commit to the bit. Like, this card does a lot for what it says.
Yeah, I've got Surly Badgersaur in the Grixis Madness deck that I have. I've got it in a couple of other places, and it puts in the work, but it's never the like best whenever you discard payoff. But still, we'll take what we can get.
That fight stuff's real, though.
It's, oh god.
The fight stuff is real. Once you've got it big enough, you can just like, I'm punching your mana dorks, I'm punching your tech utility creatures.
You're getting jumped in the back alley like you're fighting Daredevil. Like, where the fuck did that come from? And then you're in the hospital and your creatures are dead, and you're like, what happened?
And then if somebody does interact with my harebrained fucking scheme, I have to have some way to come back from that. So we've got a pretty decently robust recursion package. I'm on Savine's Reclamation. I'm on Sun Tits. I'm on Redemption Choir. I've got 6.
Why
I've got
have I
Eternal
never heard
Witness.
anybody call it sun tits? I fucking love it.
Kyle, listen to the podcast. You probably won't pick it up, but what I'm saying is, okay, going
I
back to
probably
the
missed it when but I was just paying
going
attention
back
enough.
Going back to this is why not only should you have Empress Quinn in your commander pod, but this is why you should listen to Empress Quinn at any given moment, because these quotes ain't cheap, and Sun Tits is fucking hilarious.
And
like,
here's the thing. I couldn't get away with saying sun tits, but
No.
Quinn can. So
And that's why when you're in geosynchronous orbit with Empress Quinn, you learn many things, including sun tits, which like you know what? We're going into a territory which involves some of our other friends who make a monster fucker Magic the Gathering podcast, Gaslight Gatecrash Girlbite, where I'm like, why don't they print a giant Sun Titan with tits? Watsy, do you just Watsy, do you just hate me?
it's true.
Anyway.
It's a sun titan with a sundress.
You're
Perfect.
speaking my language. All right. Okay. Continuing on.
Yeah, so I actually do that with all of that particular Titan cycle. I'll be like, go to combat, swing with Inferno Tits. It's very fun. So yeah, all of these guys are going to help me either buy back my Seismic Assaults, or in the case of 6, he'll help me buy back literally whatever. And all of that feels really good, especially considering the quantity of lands that I have in this deck. I'm on 43 lands and 47, including the MDFCs. So these numbers are fucking up there, and I'm gonna make it happen.
Yeah, no, like you are doing the. You indicate to people that you're like, this is a landfall strategy, and you're like, I have lied. This is actually a land discard strategy, and
I don't have a single fucking landfall card in this bitch.
Like, yeah, land's falling into my graveyard.
Exactly.
Where's the reclamation? I can't remember what that Nissa fucking spell is. The return.
A Splendid
Reclamation.
Reclamation.
Yeah, I'm like, where's the emergency? Like, get this shit back out just in case. But
No backup plan. If I don't kill you with the discards, I don't kill you.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. You know what? I'm glad
Purity.
you put fail points in the deck.
So yeah, there's all of that. I also have the like vegetables in the deck because this is bracket 3, because I wanted to play the free counterspell and the tutor. I made sure to also play the appropriate levels of interaction and card advantage. So I've got your sweaty staples like Esper Sentinel and Fairy Mastermind. I'm also
You're playing the
on
fish. Mystic Remora.
Mystic Remora. I'm just like gonna make sure that we find all of our pieces, and we're gonna like I fucking Beseiju Who Endures and Otawara Soaring City in the deck. I never play these cards, but if I'm in bracket 3, I gotta fucking stay strapped, bro. You gotta have that thing on you.
Oh god, part of
which
me.
is why I've also got a Sylvan Library.
Yeah, no, I immediately hovered over the bracket info. I'm like, all right, what are the game changers? Oh shit. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm spending my full ass game changer budget. We are coming to ball. I've also got the Path. I've got the Beast Within. I've got the Generous Gift.
Yeah.
I got the Sink into Stupor and Arcane Denial. Like I'm really on this shit.
You've been big on Sink into Stupor recently, at least from what I could tell.
Yeah, this is in the package of MDFCs that I like. So anytime that I'm like gonna play a 3-color deck, I just like add the package button and hit the add MDFCs that I like. And if it's a Grixis deck, then I'm on like Sink into Stupor, the Volcanic whatever spell that blows up a land and says you're Sundering Eruption.
Sundering Eruption, yeah.
I'm on that one. And then the black one is probably the Boggart Trawler. So I can just like, I put these in there. That's 3 lands. I'm being responsible because they're also removal spells. And we're just going to like hit my land count. I like to have like 39 regular lands and then 3 MDFCs to bring me up to a total of 42. And those also being removal helps me feel even more responsible.
You are a stronger Magic the Gathering player than I am because I will never deviate from the 36-37. But
I think you're fucking bananas.
Yeah, but I also think you're bananas. And we shake hands, we predator handshake, and we move on with the episode.
Yeah.
I'm with Quinn on this deck. I'm going high on the land.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah. I'm so I have to hit my land drop every turn or I will turn inside out. So yeah, that's what I've got going on in this deck. I have Kutzil Malamet Exemplar, who is a very cheap talking stick. Actually, you can get this for like $2.
I just picked up another copy of this thing because I'm like, this card is kind of fucked up. Like in a lot of different
Yeah, I think if you want to tell people to shut the fuck up during your turn, you should consider this because it also draws cards.
Also, hey,
that's like bananas.
Also, hey, Hero's Blade, am I right? But also like this again.
Oh yeah, that'll hold a Hero's Blade nice.
It's modified asterisk for the card draw, and it turns out that adds up pretty quick if you're in that archetype.
Yeah, the modifications are not hard to do. So yeah, that's that. We've got the veggies that we've discussed. We've got our fucking put all of our basics into our hand game plan, and then you find the ways to yeet them at your opponents. I have not gotten to play this yet. I think it is gonna require a very specific window of opportunity in terms of like the play group that I play it with. Because like we talked about, the game plan is kind of a harebrained scheme. So we got to make sure that we're playing with people who are okay with some experimental bullshit.
Well, if we ever sit down with Light and Medusa in the future, I'm sure they'd let you play ball for a bit. This is
maybe.
Well, hold on, checks notes. By the time they hear this episode, you might have the opportunity. So you have Friday night. You have 6 days to figure this shit out with them. Yeah, I don't know. This is another example of a deck that is the result. One is the result of a bunch of recent printings of cards. Like we have like Inti and Ivora and Kutzil and Captain Howler with the like Magma Canatorialist and Marauding Mako of like, okay, this is the cards of like yesteryear. of like the last like 1 or 2 calendar years.
Mhm.
But this is also like concept enters the brainscape. We better get this out into the world, otherwise it's either lost to the void or it's gonna bug the ever-loving shit out of you. And we got, instead of getting you into the armory, we need to get you out onto the active battlefield and fucking figure out how this sits, you know?
Yeah, that's true. I do need to fucking get this in the playtesting zone. Because otherwise I will just forget about it and brew a new deck.
This is true. Here's the book.
But yeah, I think it's got potential. I think that once I get some of these slots maybe a little tighter, we'll see if this actually can become something that we play more often.
This curve is obscene, by the way. I was like, holy shit. Like, the peak is 3 mana and everything else is just like negligible. Like, just toss it out and just whatever.
Yeah.
Nutty. I'm interested to see what you do with this.
Yeah, I want to give that a try. I think that it has potential. It's also like kind of a combo deck, and I don't have anything like that in my roster so far. So it will be interesting to see if I resonate with the play pattern at all. I like the idea of putting all of my lands into my hand and then yeeting them at my opponents, but I am usually a combat damage type gamer, and this is very much not that.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if we like it.
All right. Let's pulse check. Kyle, how you doing?
Yeah, doing well. And I think this is a really interesting deck. Like, just I really like the stuff where you kind of are seeing these force magnifiers a little bit without having to be like over the top of like, when you do damage,
do double.
Like, I like this whole specifically your call out of the Glinthorn Buccaneer, seeing the whole transaction.
It's circumstantial, not it's expected, but it's not like what am I thinking of? That dwarf from Torbrand. Like, it's not like Torbrand, like, do the +2, do the +4. Oh, here.
Yeah, I looked at a couple of the like traditional damage modifiers and decided that I would just like stack up the pingers instead. I think that that's more satisfying for me rather than having the city on fire or whatever.
Also, you're not immediate, like, okay, outside of the concept and the bit being figured out almost right away once you start deploying it, but like Glinthorn and Arterialist are not immediately putting everyone on like code black, red alert.
Yeah, city on fire is gonna fucking scare your opponents immediately.
We have to kill you. Like, we cannot allow this, but
you play one discard pinger and maybe you get some charity while you finish setting up your game plan, but if you play a damage doubler, they're killing you with hammers, bro.
Yeah, it's not a good time. Yeah, I love the deck concept. I want to see how it works out until it absolutely eviscerates me, and then I never want to see it again.
Hell yeah, dude. Looking forward to it.
Cool. All right. Let's see if I can quickly move through my deck, and then we can talk about Kyle. We can talk about your other deck, and then we can get to maybe a long anticipated. It feels like it's been a while. Soapbox. So let's quickly go back and be like, okay, we talked about Ognis. How did we get here? Let's talk about my Maria Scholar of Antiquity equipment deck. So I got to recently play this on stream at a very kind of like, I got to play this over on the Brothers Jose slash, shoot, what was, the two hosts are named Jose. One of them goes by Fledged Strands. The other one is Tropical Nerd, excuse me. So over on the stream, I was like, okay, I know like we could bracket 2 and bracket 3 are kind of a little bit elusive and sometimes more often than not. And in franchise, Magic the Gathering player can make a bracket 3 deck without playing Game Changers. That's a pretty common thing. But I'm like, it's bracket 2. It could go to bracket 3 if you squint. Whatever fucking happens, whatever happens. But like, this is basically the swan song game of the deck. When I put this together, it was, again, the exploration of the non-white, even kind of technically non-blue, like equipment slash artifact archetype. And Maria was like the card that I had opened in a random pack from forever ago and I had in my box. And I'm like, in any other context, I would be killed with hammers, but I'm a Magic the Gathering player. I could fucking figure this out. So it is bracket 2. There are, by definition, is bracket 2. There's no game changers. The curve is pretty consistent, and the realistic goal is like either Maria and her merry band can put a bunch of swords on them and go to combat. So again, we get to see a lot of that auto snap-on stuff via like the Final Fantasy creatures, but we also have like older stuff, or even stuff that like is the most vanilla creature in any other context. Volshock Battlemaster is that random Mirrodin card that's like attach all equipment in play to it indiscriminately. It does not have to be yours. It is your opponent's. That's why I never have to play Buster Sword in my life, because Empress Quinn can do it for me.
Because I keep that shit strapped to my thigh.
Armory Automaton templated very similarly. And then Kazul's Toll Collector, where it's just this attached target equipment you control to Kazul's Toll Collector for 0, but only in sorcery speed. So I got to play this a few times, and I've modified it very minimally. And you look at anything that isn't the creature base or like the artifact base, and then you're like, wow, that's very few instances of sorceries. And you're like, yeah, because the goal is the most pure form of play creature, put equipment on it, deploy it, and it's up to God at that point, like whatever happens. We got a few things where I was like, I wasn't sure how it would fit into it to the grand scheme of things. Surtur Fiery Jotun is like one of those cards that I'm like, I wish it wasn't Assassin's Creed, and it wasn't in an intro deck, and it wasn't like that elusive, because everything about that card reads super like fucking awesome. Like, it's a 5-mana 5/5.
Yeah, they got a reprint Surtur somewhere.
In universe printing? Question mark? I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know. Let's go back to Kaldheim.
Depth Shaker Titan continues to like show up in random brews from like the Edge of Eternity precons, and this thing is just fucking awesome, because I'm like, what better way to like, I'll turn my equipment into creatures and just fucking try to snuff you out via that. But it's just like, I don't know. It was proof of concept, as Mary is like the linchpin to the whole thing. If she goes, it's fucking over. It's never been more over. But at the same time, you've never felt more like a fucking bandit by like tapping your equipment to pay for their own equip costs by adding that green mana.
That is kind of funny.
That shit is pretty fucking sick. I do wish that I had a Mary on my MTGO for my deck.
What would it take for you to get it?
I don't know.
1.1 ticks? Like, I don't know.
She's probably like pennies on the MTGO, so I could just get one.
But, you know, I gotta like basically force you to do it. So, I gotta go out of my way. Okay, this is the preliminary statement to this whole thing.
0.02 ticks, bro.
Oh, Jesus, get in on that shit. I am not a big fan of Bloomborough. I mean, like, we know Tiff is a big fan of...
killing you with hammers for saying that out loud,
Tiff
bro.
is a big fan of all the whiskers.
Yeah, there's a lot of whiskers, dude.
But in other regards, I'm like, it's very weirdly typal focused, and like, if anything that isn't Dragonhawk, I don't give a shit. Like, Dragonhawk, save
Dragonhawk, my queen, save
Christmas. Go back to the Christmas episode from like 2 years ago to figure out what the fuck that's about. Blacksmith's Talent was one of those class enchantments that I was like, hold on a second here, we might be cooking. And then when you have a progressively on curve, like level up cost, then you look at Maria and realize you can like pay for 90% of the fucking level cost to be like, wait, none of this fucking matters. You get to chapter 3 on this, and people are fucking sweating bullets. It has been so huge in this deck, and
that's crazy.
It's so good. Be like, oh hey, chapter 3, during your turn, equipped creatures you control have double strike and haste. Oh wait, and you can auto snap on a plethora, like any one of the equipment that I got on here for free. Why not? It's been good. it's been such a fun deck to like experiment with. It's been fun to take some pretty like either unconventional or like kind of, not to say that like Mage Slayer is oft forgotten as like a card, but
No, it is. You're right.
But
nobody thinks about Mage Slayer until they're dying to
here's
it.
I don't know, maybe Kyle, I don't know how you feel about how you feel about equipment after all this, because like you said, you have a pretty hard time like engaging with the strategy. Andy was hitting us. He's like, guys, what do I do with all these equip costs? And we're like, fucking cheat. Like, who gives a shit? Like, just who cares? But sometimes you look at a 3 mana equipment and then you look at the 3 mana cost and you're like, that is pretty steep. But then you start adding colored mana to the cost and everything. And you're like, this actually is like a somewhat difficult hurdle. And then you're like, Maria says, who gives a shit? Just fucking put that shit out. Put that shit on a body.
Tap it and put it on.
Put it on, and that's it. And that's the part of, and I hate green. I fundamentally, okay, again, this goes back to the Kristen article. I do not like Simic. I have a hard time to get behind it now, despite the fact that I was immediately on that shit within the first couple of years of me playing Magic. Does anyone remember Prophet of Krufix? That shit was fucking not okay.
I do not. I'm from Throne of Eldraine, but I've heard legends and they make me fucking recoil in horror.
And then you see like
it was bad.
It was bad. It was not good.
Bad.
Everyone and their grandmother had a way to get Prophet of Krufix, the same way I can get a copy of Buster's Sword from Empress Quinn. It's not good. It's not a good time. But yeah, Maria was sort of like I'm like, this is the line in the sand that I'm willing to give myself of like exploring the concept, because if I did anything less than what Maria offers, this entire strategy just falls apart until someone proves me wrong. And it might be Empress Quinn or someone else in LCP being like, well, actually, this is how you do Gruul equipment without Maria. Yeah, I don't know. I had a good run. She will now she now will do a better job in Agnes, hopefully with an asterisk. That's it.
Hell yeah, dude. May she live long and prosper in the 99 of the Agnes deck. Also, this fucking printing that you have in the command zone by Carly Mazur, incredible art. Love her work.
Yeah, really cool, like stained glass looking thing. That's awesome.
They nailed the stained glass look for Dominaria. Not just beyond like the Return to Dominaria set, but like also Dominaria United with all the extra artworks that they did. So good.
Mm-hmm.
Unless someone else has anything else to say about that deck, let's go over to Kyle's last deck here, or at least the idea or the concept.
Yeah. So this is, I'm going to do something I don't typically do on our podcast on LCP, which is you get to experience me, Mike, midstream tinkering with trying to build out a brew concept. So
tell me more, lay it on me.
Yeah, I usually kind of brew in the dark a little bit. I mean, you kind of talked about this, Cole. Like, I'm often like off in the woods, and then I'll pop up.
You are meditating in a cave with hieroglyphics and shit, and be like, "Kali Ma, I have a deck idea."
Yeah, and then then I'll usually be like, "All right, like here it is." I'll be candid. There's part of it is just like I do like to think alone a little bit for a little while. Mm-hmm. I will take people's ideas, but oftentimes I kind of need to like go and process people's ideas. You'll notice.
You need to plant the flag. You need to plant the flag and be like, I hear what you're saying, but this is my shit.
Yeah, and like you'll notice that like I'll go in the Discord and I'll prompt a question. I worry a little bit that people think that I'm just like I go
fishing.
And prompt a question and then people like go in and drop their thoughts and I'm not engaging that much. I'm like, no. I'm watching what people are saying. I just have to digest it.
You are in the dark room with a bright screen, just being like, no, I hear what you're saying. I'm just maybe a little bit socially awkward, and also
exactly. I just got to digest it. So, anyways, that's me with deck brewing as well. I'll kind of like go into a corner, but it is kind of fun to share with you a little bit, like what I'm thinking midstream. So this is Berta Wise Extrapolator. Like I mentioned, with each set this year, I've been kind of saying to myself, pick up 2 to 4 legends and just kind of tinker with it and see what I can come up with. And so this one has increment. So as you cast spells, you'll get counters if they're mana values higher than their power, but also says that whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on Berta, add 1 mana of any color. And then there's this activation of X tap, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token and put X counters, +1/+1 counters on it. Obviously, when you're talking about Simic, something that can generate mana based off of +1/+1 counters coming into existence and a tap activation, there's probably a million ways to Sunday to combo with this commander.
Absolutely.
I'm absolutely sure there is, and I do not care. I don't want to know.
Yeah, like if you go look at the EDH rec page and go click into Spellbook, like there's already a very, very long list of combos.
It's already figured out. It's been solved. It's time to move on. Blah blah blah. Boring.
Yeah, so like that's not the space that I'm looking to inhabit. Like if you're familiar with us LCP folks, Andy's been pretty big into these types of legends that give you a little bit of mana from the zone to kind of jumpstart things. So examples he's talked about have been, there's a guy in our group, Chris, who has Ruby. So you're kind of getting some extra mana from the zone in Gruul. He's used Troyan in...
so he's very much launch point deck kind of bit. Yeah.
There's why am I blanking on the fucking like 0/5 Selesnya legend?
Not Flumph, fucking Glunch.
It's Glunch. So there's another guy in our group, Zach, that has Glunch. It's a pretty popular theme in our group the last little while. And so I was kind of thinking like, okay, can I figure out something with Berta that's just like, can I do something that kind of launches some extra mana into existence from the zone, not trying to go crazy with any comboing type stuff. And it's actually kind of a complicated thing. So like if the two of you are looking at what I'm currently up to here, I'm trying to solve finding counters during my main phase, and it's a little harder than I thought it was going to be at first, so like there's these handful of things that are landfall type cards. So like the Scythe Cat Cub is a good example of this. That's landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. If this is the second time this ability has resolved, double the number of counters on that creature instead. That's like peak ability there with that. Or you could have like Ride the Shupa, like Retreat to Kazandu is a classic one,
Yeah. Good old Brizzly Bill.
Yeah, Brizzly Bill's got that same landfall trigger where you're putting a counter on target creature. So that's like a good main phase thing you can do. Obviously, there's some like...
I think there's one of these from Neon Dynasty as well that can do a creature or a vehicle.
I'm ringing a bell.
Some because I know there's some that have... They don't have the landfall language, but they basically do this, like... So I'll have to go see if I can dredge up a couple others. But Proliferate's obviously going to be another thing that you can probably control timing a little bit. Like Inexorable Tide's going to be your obviously best one in all likelihood. But then there's other things like I kind of liked the Plane-Wide Celebration where you choose a mode 4 times and Proliferate is one of the modes. So
hell yeah.
You can it's 7 mana, but you can go ahead and get yourself 4 mana on the other side of it, like as you're proliferating on your commander here. And then there's like some of the creature entrances that you kind of play with. A dangerous one, I think, is the Ivy Lane Denizen, because I do think there's probably quite a few.
That one is that's a combo piece usually.
What is that? Hold on. I'm just taking kind of like an overall look back, and I'm pretty sure you don't have the random as a beast, or is it a something? But like
it's Scurry Oak usually.
I don't know, but something that's like put a counter on something, make a body enters, make a +1 counter, put that +1 counter on the new body, rinse, repeat, and then you go off kind of thing.
So the thing that one of the combos that will exist with the Ivy Lane Denizens has to do with the intruder alarm, because then you'll untap Berta, you'll get a mana. I think that works that way, right? target.
Oh yeah, the intruder alarm you can use to untap Berta. Then you tap her, make a guy, put the plus
yeah.
one,
So you're gonna make a
counters on it.
1, and then the Ivy Lane Denizen sees the blue green
Also, hold on.
fractal.
Hold on. I just remembered, because I remember it came up when previews were coming out, and everyone's like, oh, they didn't add the X can't be 0 on Berta. Oh shit. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh god. And then here we are.
Whoops.
Which it doesn't even matter, because with the Ivy Lane Denizen, you'll get 1 every time, so you'll have infinite 1/1s. Like, so that's one where I'm like, okay, you got to be a little bit careful with these creature enters, counter things with Berta. There's probably some combos there. Like, if you're not wanting to combo, which I don't want to, I'm trying to make this a bracket 2-ish brew.
For the private LCP church between you guys of like, the topics come up like from some of the people who listen to us talk about you guys, and like some of the people are like, quote unquote bracket 3 by like application, not bracket 3 by definition, and like
exactly,
you guys are in franchise, you know what's going on.
I think I would characterize this as being like the middle of the bracket system. Like, dead good old 2.5. Like, yeah, like the line is somewhere around us anyways. You can kind of see that I started, like, before we jumped online, I started thinking a little bit about just instants that you might want to use that have to do with +1/+1 counters. So like, I'm thinking about swapping out just my generic removal with some fight cards, like Invigorating Surge is kind of a cool one.
Yeah.
So it's 2 and a green. You put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, then double the number of counters on target creature. That one's kind of cool. But then there's like, let's see. Oh, where are the
Inscription of Abundance is the one that I'm immediately thinking of.
Exactly. So that
like,
one you're choosing one. You can either fight
counters, gain
grab
life.
counters. It's a kicker. You might be picking out more. So it's stuff like that where I'm like, okay, maybe I want some instant speed options, and that's actually kind of a cool route where you're just thinking of all your instances being discounted by 1 or 2, depending on what they do. Anyways, I don't know. It's kind of an interesting one. Like, I'm not finding a bulk sufficient for feeling like I'm fully dedicated to one path or another with what I want this version of Berta to do. Like, but
maybe I'm coming in as the like anti Quinn. What was the name we came up for the like fictional Simic guy? Was it like Simon Simic? I don't fucking know. Like, I'm the anti Simon Simic guy here, where I'm like, the one part of this is Simic is such a broad but shallow pool of like what your options are, because at some point a lot of it just kind of melts together of like, put +1 counters on something, and then you're like, cool, I have I don't know, checks notes, 10,000 cards that do that exact same thing in this color. So I guess the question is like, what is the angle that you want out of this that is definitive and specific enough that it feels unique without like really becoming generic, you know?
It's a really good question, because I think there's such a conundrum that Berta presents, right? Because like you said, there's a million different things you could do with counters. There's a million different things you could do with tap on tap in these colors.
Yeah.
And so, and like 15 ways to Sunday to combo with either of those. And you have both of them available from the zone. And the other thing to me is, I'm like, this commander is going to get big enough with what you're doing that you kind of want to go into the red line. Like, can I get it some evasion and just get it across and smack faces?
Say
but
the
then
line.
You have a tap ability. So do you really want to do
the
that?
armory? It's tough. It's tough.
Know.
It's tough. I see where you're coming from, though. Like,
to speak to the ethos of you two, you can see that sort of truth and justice sitting on my maybe board, because
yes, sir,
that's pretty fucking hot here.
You know what? Speaking of Lenny, what is more anti-Lenny than the sword of truth and justice? It doesn't matter how many times you flicker your creatures, Lenny. You can't block for shit. But that's it, right? Like, you have this is I don't know if this is like an issue with a lot of like modern commanders for the last few years of they're like, this is the printed card. This is the line of text on the card. This is what we are indicating to you as the player and as the brewer to like make the commander deck to do. And people are like, oh, so you want me to combo? And then you're like, there's tension in what you want versus the general demographic. And then you're like, but then there's the part of the tension of, well, do I do Voltron? Do I do proliferate? Like the stereotypical stuff. And then there's the hipster part of you that's like, fuck, like, what do I do in this case? And it's like, one, you just got to get the reps in. That's probably going to solve 90% of your issues. Yeah. And hey, guess what? Crowdsourcing can really help alleviate your issues of like, hold on a second. Someone will be like, hey, I know what your problem is. And they will fucking blow your mind of like, we're just going to crack this thing wide open. Fuck the combo route. Fuck this. Fuck that. This is what you're going to do. And then just maybe you just need to get in that nitty gritty and like be like, drink from the chalice, I guess, is like the best way of describing it of like, oh, wait. Oh, I see what you mean now. And like, that might be your route. But until you like figure out what is the thing that's going to like break the tension on calm waters of like what you're already doing, right?
It's true. And I bet you there's a bunch of people like, you know, I could go into the Discord.
They're
right
waiting
now
in the
find
wing.
A bunch of different like ideas. I think there's a deck where you could do Berta 1 mana instants and sorceries.
Oh,
and just like turn through your deck.
Yeah. I see what you're going with here. Yeah.
I think there's a Voltron Berta that you could do. that's probably could use some kind of spell slinger or just low MV type stuff. Like, I actually think there's a lot that this legend can get up to. I'm kind of in this phase where, like you said, like I'm seeing some possibilities where I'm at, but I'm like, oh, I haven't solved this yet. But there's some people out there that probably do have some cool ideas that don't have to do generic Simic bullshit.
Simic bullshit. A classic term that will continue until the end of Magic's existence. My final words on this earth, if I'm not choking on my own spit, which is, I had a friend be like, you're going to die choking. I'm like, thank you. And you're also going to be laughing. Thank you. My last words are going to be Simic bullshit because nothing grinds my gears more. And they're like, I'm playing this Simic commander. I'm like, okay, here we go. What are you doing? +1 counters. Fuck. Damn it. Godspeed on your journey to figure out where you're going to be going with this, because
it's a fun exercise to tinker with stuff you don't normally like.
Yeah, it is abrasive and it's uncomfortable, and you grow as a Magic the Gathering player.
Yeah,
that's true.
So yeah, let's not wrap it up just yet, but let's head to the end of the podcast here. This is the soapbox. We'll hit the elevator music in a moment here. We don't know. We'll find out. Kyle, you have a few things here on the soapbox that you got to get out into the world, and we want to give you the space, and we'll go over all of them. It's your turn. Take to the stage. Take the microphone. Stand on the box. What do you got for us?
Oh boy, this is dangerous. You know, it's funny when I saw this.
I'm like, I love it.
I'm like, oh, what do I want to say anything here? And I'm like, well, but I got shit to say.
Yeah,
yeah. You got some shit to
also,
get off your chest, I'm sure.
We're also a bunch of sickos, and we want people to get sick and nasty with it on the soapbox.
Some of this stuff is stuff that people have heard from me if they listen to Legendary Creature podcasts at all. I genuinely think people will be better Magic players if they have an era. I'm not saying do it forever. If you have an era of not using tutors.
Say it ain't so.
I just think you start to kind of like recognize archetypes that need tutors, archetypes that don't need them. I think you start to recognize deck balance. I think you start to understand card draw and mana bases better when you don't tutor. And I just think all of that is good for every Magic player to understand.
Quinn, thoughts?
I like a tutor, but I absolutely think that they can be a deck building crutch, and if you're not tutoring and just relying on more solid card advantage, fucking build in a way that you have redundancy for those pieces so you're not completely fucking reliant on that one piece that you would be tutoring for. It does make you a better deck builder.
I'm thinking back through all of my Commander history back to like 2012, I want to say. And topics like this came up with my first play group, and then it continued on to like now. And tutors have non-land tutors, and I'm saying that with an asterisk, is like have always bugged me. And like you look at like am I thinking demonic tutor? What's the one with like the guy whispering into the skull's ear, or the skull whispering into his ear?
That's diabolic tutor.
Diabolic tutor. Where I'm like, okay, that's 4 fucking mana. That's double black and 2. So you are getting the card, and depending on the point of the game, you are not playing that card like right away, right?
True story.
Yeah.
But then like you get to the more efficient mana value costs of like demonic and vampiric and all that other stuff, and I'm like, okay, we are now entering a level of efficiency that I'm not comfortable with deploying myself nor being on the receiving end of. And even before I listened to you two, when Quinn and Lenny finally decided to let me in on the secret of what LCP was
Bro,
about.
I was constantly talking about how I'm listening to the Legendary Creature podcast. Do not say that I was gatekeeping.
I don't believe that. I can't hear. Even when I was like building decks and before like the bracket system and all these other changes, where I'm like, I don't want to tutor stuff because it feels cheap and it feels like it robs you of the journey to get to like your card. And then you're like, and then it gets to the deck building level of like, well, what's my card advantage look like? And then you get into the Boros color combination of things. You're like, oh, I need to work my ass off a little bit to like get to that level. If I'm not sun forging like everything that I need, which in today's world of instant sorcery, Sunforger is actually really fucked up.
Fucking hissing. I hate Sunforger so much.
Like even recently, I was over on MTG Lexicon, the stream that Quinn and I are a part of. We actually wait, hold on a second, Kyle, you're in that Discord. Check that out.
I'm on that server. Yeah,
I see you. You're not there, but I see you.
I lurk.
I think either someone brought up like an old clip from like 2 or 3 years ago. I'm ballparking it, but someone's like, okay, Matt, I'm gonna do this. And Matt's like, well, you've activated my trap card, and he activated Sunforger and just fucking annihilated the guy for lethal commander damage. And I was like, that's fucked up. But that's the fucking tip of the iceberg of what Sunforger and like tutor effects can do for a game. And I was like, I vow to never do this again. I took like a Batman oath of like never killing people with a gun. But I'll let the Joker live for whatever consequences that will be. But I will never tutor again in a game of Commander, as much as I'm recently like able to do. And I've this year was the year of like, play more game changers, play more tutors, and I have to like pull my own teeth out to fucking put a card in this slot and be like, just let it be there. Just let it be there as long as possible. Just do the bit. Just fucking do it. One card. It's okay, you know?
But and I'll be my own devil's advocate here. On the other hand,
you'll be your own crunk with the angel. No. He's got a point.
like Quinn's, Ludovic and Cedar Kondo deck list.
Yeah.
That thing ain't happening without tutors. And so
100%.
So like I'm here for that. Like that's where tutors to me are at their best, where it's like, okay, there's this kind of like wild harebrained idea that needs to get propped up by those tutors. And I think that's a great place for them to be. And to me, that exhibits, like deck building skills, right? Like Quinn, you clearly understand, like this is a place where they fit and they're needed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's sometimes, what is the phrase? Like, that better the devil you... Fuck. I freaking heard it like...
I don't know that one.
Better
Better
the devil you know. Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, it's tough out there, gamers. Do whatever brings you joy, but also, I don't like tutors except for maybe basic lands, and then that's it.
Yeah, and that's why he's starting to try and get my ass more often with the Haven Mind sensors and the...
Quinn best exemplifies the Stoneblade package of, like, I'm going to tutor up an equipment, and I'm like, it's time to play fuck you and fuck that, and Quinn's like, oh shit, he's got a whole suite of this, I better watch the fuck out.
Like, you better hope they're just in the top couple cards.
Yep, I'm not strangle holding you, but I am saying you better watch the fuck out. Hey, good part one of the soapbox. What's part two?
Okay, so this is one that for the type of people who listen to podcasts that go for 3.5 hours, probably are not going to agree with me on this. But
Yeah.
I am in my hot girl summer era here with my like small roster and just keeping this tight roster and tinkering. And again, I think other people should have an era of get yourself down to 10 decks.
Have your Ragnarok moment. I'm so glad I fucking penned that title. I was like, no, you guys don't understand what you're doing. Anyway,
It is
but yeah,
legit like apocalyptic, right?
just
I just think it's so good. You people might have an outcome where they're like Andy, where they're like, this fucking sucks.
oh god, yeah.
I need my decks that I've been tinkering with for years. Or they might be like me, where they're like, you know what, my roster sucked before. I'm into my roster now, and
Well,
I
it's
have the bandwidth to fucking maintain it.
It sounds like out of all the people that obviously came out of Ragnarok, like you came out better than ever. At least the gist that
Yeah.
I got.
I think that's true. And part of it for me is I feel really capable of maintaining the decks that I do have. Just because of where I'm kind of keeping it. I'm not like, I'm with everybody. It's fun to get to where you've got like a mono, each of the mono colors, and you've got one of each of the two color decks.
Are you
and
doing the
you've got a bunch of
32
thematics.
the 32 deck challenge kind of
Yeah,
bit?
like that's that kind of stuff is fun, but like you kind of lose track of your decks.
Yeah.
This is true, yeah.
Yeah. Like that's going back to the whole equipment coalescing into the 3-color thing of like, I don't want the end result to just be I eventually just like collapse everything into like one 3-color deck. But it is a little difficult trying to like maintain 3 or 4 decks that follow a similar concept and be like, is the journey diverse enough to reach that endpoint?
Yeah, and again, to be my own devil's advocate here, like some people's brains don't work that way. They just need to have like something collecting dust in the corner, and they're just like, well, fuck, I forgot about that. I'm gonna dust it off and have some fun with it. Like that works too. But I do think keeping a tight roster can be good.
Yeah, I can't really comment much on that considering I'm a filthy 30+ deck gamer, and I've thought about it the last few years because I'm like, I'm effectively speaking, I'm no one in the grand scheme of like what Magic's content creation sphere is, but for whatever reason, I definitely like chomped the bit and then was like, I can have 50 decks on the shelf, like. What are the consequences of this? And then you look at like the shoebox, like the road shoeboxes like grow, and you're like, okay, maybe there's a bit of an underlying issue with trying to like maintain 50 decks. And then you get down to 30 and you're like, yeah, it's still pretty rough. But then you look over at Empress Quinn's Mox Field and you're like, actually, this is fine.
Don't go there.
Do not. There's a reason why a lot of those decks are unlisted because Quinn's like, don't look at my dirty laundry. Fuck you. you don't need
That's
to.
how I
fucking
feel
harebrained
with my brewing.
schemes.
So I'm just like, there's a lot of ideas in my head. Like, don't look.
No, turn off the lights. Don't look at me. But yeah, no.
I'm brewing some shit every day. Like, don't even.
It's true.
You don't want to see half of these. They're not good.
But you got them out. You got them out of your brain, and they're on paper, quote unquote, and then they're out. Okay. Last soapbox bit. This is the one. I mean, we've kind of touched the point a bit, but I'm interested to see what you're talking about with this one.
Yeah, and I think it's a good one to talk about with you too. So listeners of the Legendary Creature podcast will know that we're not big UB people.
Mm-hmm.
But
Andy,
I actually think WotC is kind of rounding into form. Like, I know there's a lot of complaints about the
Garfield
slate for this year.
Okay, I was going to be like the roster of this year, not talking about Garfield, the Secret Lair nightmare drop.
I mean, there's shit like that that's weird, right? But
yeah.
like the roster of sets this year of like, there's a lot of UB, there's a handful of like in-universe type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm kind of realizing like, I think they have rounded into a form where they are not trying to get every Magic player to buy every set. Like, would they love that? Sure.
Yeah.
But I think if they're getting people to engage with 3 or 4 sets a year, I'm guessing they probably feel like they've done their job. And
I would agree with that, yeah.
Yeah. And so like, if that's a combination of like, yeah, I'm highly nostalgic for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I was also into this Return to Lorwyn, and I'm going to pick up some Hobbit shit, like, or if they're just like, no, in universe only, like that's all I'm doing. I think as I've been kind of going through my exercise of building brews with each set, there's really good diversity of power level of legends.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There's good diversity of what those legends are doing. I actually think WotC's in a good place, and I'm curious what the two of you two think, because I know the two of you are just like, I'll take the cards, just give me the cards.
Well, hold on. Not that I don't want to immediately be like, insert Quinn eats from the trough quote here, because we know Quinn will be in the armory brewing up a deck of whatever new card comes out.
Yeah.
So my one of the playgroups that I'm frequenting right now, and the one that I'm going to tomorrow, I'm going to use Tim as an example. Tim, the biggest complainer of bullshit nonsense cards, despite the fact that he plays like Zada Hedron Grinder and God knows what else. Like, he is equally as bullshit about this game as anyone else. But he's been really big on Doctor Who recently. Like, he's just a lot of commanders in the zone, a lot of cards in the 99. Like, I don't know what it is. He hasn't given the indication to me that he's like a Doctor Who like consumer in like the show, but he's like, yeah, a lot of the Doctor Who cards are really good, right? And
they are.
they fucking quantum misalignment. God fucking damn it, am I right? But
they're fucking good.
They're good. They're really good,
Card.
and I'm also equally as guilty. And at the end of the day, it's like, okay, not factoring in Hasbro, because we know what Hasbro and Chris Cox and whatever is all about. But like, okay, they push Universes Beyond, and WotC is tasked with sometimes what feels like the impossible task of getting cards out into the world that apply either to old players or new players. And but they still do the whole wildly like, this is the most busted push shit I've ever seen in my fucking life, versus this is like a pretty, as we say, smoking mid fucking card over here of like, I don't even know if it makes the 101st pick of a deck, because like it doesn't quite have enough sauce behind it. So when they're like, all right, everyone, here's the 7 standard sets for the year, and 4 of them are Universes Beyond, and 3 of them are in universe, and you're like, this is rough, because even as someone who, like, I sometimes have a hard time reconciling the feelings of people who are like, well, this is not just the enslopification, the capitalist side of a game, jumping the shark, flipping the elephant with martial arts in the third movie of a franchise, you know. But people are, there's dissatisfaction with the direction. But at the same time, Mark Rosewater has even said for years that you are the arbiter of your fate and you get to choose what sets you consume.
Yeah.
If you're a standard player, unfortunately, the universe's beyondification of sets is reaching your standard FNM, and you have to face against, like, I don't think Sephiroth's played in fucking standard, but I want to play Raban in standard.
You are correct, he's not.
Yeah, but then the next step is like, oh well, I don't want to play. Some people are like, I don't want to play against Gandalf in Commander, or Chun-Li, or whatever, right? And then I'm like,
you don't want to play against Chun-Li because she's
boring as hell and like whatever. But I'm like, there's this intersection, and hey, Kyle, I don't know if you've heard about how I'm whimsiless or I'm unwhimsical bitch or whatever the fucking light hit me with the
this dude devoid of whimsy.
Part of me is like, I can accept what WotC itself is putting out because of the effort that they're putting into the sets, because we still have the freedom of really picking and choosing of what we want to consume. And Kyle, you're part of a group of people that are like, for the most part, most people are not going to be partaking in Universes Beyond. Like, you guys made the decision to not play Avatar cards. You're not going to be playing Star Trek cards. The Hobbit will show up and you guys will be like, fuck, I guess that's like, that's the line in the sand. And it's a good line in the sand. The early previews are pretty sweet, but like, you have the freedom to choose, but you also have to remember that as an individual, it's up to you to make that choice, but you also can't get up into a huff of what other people are doing. Like, I don't know what the sales are going to be like for the Garfield Secret Lair, and that shit, I read Garfield comics as a kid. My mom had those, like, I don't know, I mean, Kyle, maybe you would know. Like, they're those wide but narrow Garfield comic compilations. Like,
oh, I totally remember those. I would grab those from the library.
And my mom, and my mom had them because she had them from growing up and everything, because that's how fucking old it is. And it's like, okay, those made Magic cards. Am I going to lose my fucking marbles if someone starts playing a Garfield card? No, because those are just reprints and it's not the fucking end of the world. But I also have the choice to not do that myself because it doesn't really appeal to me and I can move on. Like, yeah, I liked Avatar, and I'm a bit of a slop enjoyer. I put Avatar State in a few decks because that's a cool little, like, hey, fuck off, don't interact with my shit. And it's also like kind of a bit aggro if you want to turn your creature sideways and have like lifelink and flying and all that other stuff. But hey, Star Trek's gonna roll around and I'm probably gonna like squint my eyes, but other than that, I'm good to move on. We got there's other things to sweat about. Yes, Magic is going in a direction not everyone's enjoying. Are they? I'm pretty sure they're using this year as a test bed of what they're looking to do or what the reaction is going to be, because we don't know what's going on in 2027 for the most part. Or beyond, because they haven't announced it yet. We got to wait for maybe the next one or two cons. But I feel as if this is the test bed. We'll see what happens in the future. If they really go off the deep end, well, opinions will change and Quinn will still be here. I'm
always saying it's so fucking free to just log off and shut the fuck up. Mm-hmm. And people, like, unless you're literally getting paid to look at Magic the Gathering cards, you do not have to look at Magic the Gathering cards that you don't want to look at.
Yeah. I see what you mean though, right? Like, factor out Hasbro. WotC's like, yeah, we'll do whatever we're doing, and we'll continue to do the good job that they are doing with what they're capable of doing. With Hasbro, yeah, it's pretty shitty. But I'm still here playing Magic, and we get to do this shit. So
yeah, exactly. And I think there's just such a volume of cards. Like, it's better than ever.
30,000 cards.
Yeah, like it's better than ever to just pick and choose what you're gonna leave and take over the course of a year,
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Go back and play Ognis. There you go. That's how you detox.
You
go back and read New Cabana Commander. That whole set's really good.
Yeah. So yeah, damn. What a fucking triple knockout you got here for us, Kyle. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for giving me the soapbox.
This is the part where oh shit, this is gonna be the longest episode. Good job, everyone. We fucking did it.
Yeah, let's fucking wrap
Let's wrap it
shit on
up.
up.
Kyle, like we said, thank you, but also again, multiple times over, thank you for coming on. Thank you for trucking through your illness as you're recovering. I hope your voice is good tomorrow. And
Me too.
and as a as a fan of what you and Andy are doing, thank you for doing what you're doing over on LCP. Inspirational, and also I feel like I've never, what's the word I'm thinking of? I felt like I haven't missed out because of what you guys are bringing to the table.
Well, thanks. And thanks to you two. Like, you two genuinely are like central people to our community. Like, you make it what it is. And it's a awesome place for people to connect.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Is this the part where, let's do plugs and all that. You want to tell the people where they can find your podcast, and not you online, obviously, my offline king, but the plugs.
Yeah, I mean, look for us anywhere you listen to podcasts, Legendary Creature Podcasts. As was alluded to, we started to tinker again with putting video versions of our podcast up on YouTube. You can find us Legendary Creature EDH there. I'm on Archidect if you want to look for Legendary Creature /Kyle. Or -Kyle rather. You can find what deck lists I do make public there as well.
You want to know, you want to get into the head, you want to get into the mind of this sicko over here. That's where you want to go.
If you see it go live, I was thinking about it for quite a while.
Yeah. Quinn, I'm going to put this over on you. Where can we be found?
You can find Cole at The Bloodrick Guy. You can find me at Chrotic Energy. You can find us collectively at HBVC-MTG on Blue Sky. You can also catch us posting in the Discord at MTG Lexicon. The link to that is in the probably
it's
the
in this
MTG Lexicon bio.
It's in the description.
It's
in the episode description.
Yeah, perfect.
Also,
okay, yeah, so you can get that.
Last but not least, obviously, the stuff we do here could not be done without Lenny, a Johnny's Gay Pride mate, also going to be in the description there. You're not following him.
100%.
What are you fucking doing? I mean, come on.
Yeah, literally, you're missing out if you're not following him.
He can do
good people.
He is. That being said, last minute, you'll know. I was supposed to say this earlier, and by the time the episode comes out, people will already know. Quinn and I are going to be doing a live episode just before this episode comes out. Time freed up. We're going to go live stream an episode of Here's Played Vibe Check radio show over on MTG Lexicon on Tuesday. The recording will be released as an episode, and it'll also be put up on YouTube, and it'll be a good time. We got everything figured out from the tech end. It's going to be great. We got a visualizer.
Hell yeah.
Anyway.
All right, let's get the fuck out of here.
See ya.
Later, gamers.